A little bit of breaking news right before we came on the air just moments ago. Diesel and I were listening, prepping for the show, and we heard the news that Klay Thompson has been dealt to Dallas. He is now a Dallas Maverick. Big news for the Mavericks. If you're a Mavericks fan, I can't remember exactly who it is, Diesel, but I know we have a Tolo who is a big – I think it's Shane Barrett. I think Shane's a big Dallas guy.
It's not you?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. But
do we get to call ourselves Tolos?
I turn it on and leave it on most of the time. So I'm a Tolo Mott, right? We'll get into the Klay Thompson news as he is now a Dallas Maverick. They got him at a really good price, no longer in Golden State. We'll get back to that at $345.
Dallas is tired of getting that ass whipped in the playoffs.
Well, they said, look, if we want to get past Boston, in the NBA Finals, you have to add somebody. And I think they added a really good piece. I think he has a lot left, and we'll get into it. But I want to ask the question to lead off the show, Diesel. I want to get right into some Clemson football conversation, some opinionated conversation, I believe it will be. As today is July 1st, we are now a month away from football season, right? College football starts in August. So we're a month away. It may be the dead time of the year. It may be talking season. It may be the slow season. However, football season's coming. You and I are both excited. We're ready. And I want to start the show off today by getting into an article, Diesel, that I pulled up. This was written in May. And Austin Hannon, I want to give him credit for writing the article, but I wanted to get your opinion on this piece, Diesel. It is about Dabo Swinney. And I think it's very fascinating. And in this article on 247sports.com, Austin Hannon wrote and asked the question, the same question I want to ask you as well as our Tolos, our audience out there. I know we have people who are Clemson fans in the audience who want to know the answer to this. Would another disappointing Clemson football season, Diesel, and I mean disappointing as in 8 to 9 wins, right?
Sub 10.
That's right. Exactly right. Sub 10. Would another disappointing Clemson football season change the way Dabo Swinney views the portal? It's a fascinating question. We're also going to circle back to it in the 5 o'clock fight. Just a little teaser there. But I read this article. I read this column. And I really did ask myself the question, and I found myself going back and forth on it. And I want to hear from you right off the bat if you think another disappointing season, and we'll get into the logistics of it and the details, but if another sub-10 season would change the way Dabo views the portal.
No, but it should. I mean, it absolutely should. I mean, if Dabo – so you'd have to trace it to youth and inexperience being the reason why you lost a big game, right? Whatever that looks like, right? You go up against an Ole Miss who is almost exclusively built on the transfer portal in the 12-team playoff. You go up against Florida State, who's very heavily built on the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And you just get your ass kicked by size and experience, who are also transfer portal guys, so that you can't deny that portal players in certain situations are superior to the true freshman, the redshirt freshman, or the sophomore, right?
Sure.
That's ultimately what we're looking for, is a fifth-year senior at Ole Miss who is a transfer kicking the ass of your 19, 20-year-old sophomore at Clemson.
It's interesting to hear what the Clemson media, Diesel, think about this, because you and I, we've talked about it on this show, right? We know that the Clemson media, and I've said it more than you have, and I'm not being derogatory, but the Clemson media beat is a very positive, rah-rah beat. They're always going to side on the side of Dabo. They're always going to take the side of Dabo. There are very few people, Diesel, that I know on the Clemson beat. And by the way, they all do a terrific job. But there are very few of them that I know that actually go against the grain, right? So I wanted to get to this piece that was written back in May. and bring it back to the table. Austin Hennon, who wrote this piece, talked about Clemson being the program that did not use the portal. He states, at this point, I've noticed that a lot of fans have heard enough about it. You understand that it could help the team win while also understanding that there's no reason talking about it because there is no in door with the Tigers. There is only an out. There are other fans that make mistake Dabo Swinney's dismissal of the portal as a positive thing. Austin goes on the writes, while he believes the contrary, he doesn't think those people are way off. What's fascinating is I don't know that there are any coaches out there, Diesel, in college football who are as strong-minded about the portal, at least outspoken about it, as Dabo. We've talked about, you and I have discussed it. We probably would guess that there are a lot of other coaches out there who feel the same way as Dabo.
Yeah.
However, Dabo's the only one that's like, here's my stance. I refuse to use it. There's not as many coaches, in my opinion, who have taken the hard stance that Dabo's taken. Now, Clemson media members will tell you, well, there's nobody leaving, right? That's always the answer we get. Just like was stated in this article, there's only an out. There's no in. There's no door into the program. There's only a door out. I think it's fascinating, really fascinating to watch different beats. South Carolina, Clemson, Diesel, obviously we talk about other programs around the area, Coastal, App State, Georgia Southern, programs like that. It's fascinating to watch how different beats almost form into the beliefs of their head coach. I don't know that that's a good thing, but at some point, I ask myself, is there going to be somebody on the Clemson beat who actually stands up and says, hey, this way of thinking isn't the best way of thinking. It's not the most, it may be popular among the Clemson beat. It may be popular among Clemson fans, but it isn't the most impactful way of thinking.
Well, first you got to have somebody on the beat who's willing to go against the grain, right? Who's willing to take the heat and the ire of the fan base, number one, for daring to question your coach. And there's a lot of writers who won't do that, who just simply won't do that, right? Then you also have to find those who are willing to risk their access by having controversial, not down the middle viewpoints.
Yeah.
So, and look, we have had staff on this radio station who have ruffled feathers at Clemson and ruffled feathers at South Carolina. Clemson, to this point, to their credit, has not ever reached out and said, hey, you're on thin ice. You risk losing your credentials. It's never happened.
Yeah.
So either they are not paying attention, which I highly doubt, or they just understand that regardless, people talking about us is a good thing.
Sure.
And so Clemson seems as if they are not in the business of running off media members who are willing to talk about them just because they have differing opinions. And that, Clemson deserves a lot of credit for that.
I just want to know from the Tolos out there who are Clemson fans, right? 71307 is the way you can text the show. Start the text with the word fan. That way we will see your message. But I love the question that Austin asked. Would another disappointing season change anything? Would another disappointing season, as Diesel said, sub-10 season, would it change the way that Dabo approached the portal? Would it change the way that Dabo not only approached the portal, Diesel, but also approached the players that are already in the program? Because it does seem as if right now a lot of players don't leave. Here's an angle that we haven't talked about a lot. You hear a lot of people say, well, there aren't players leaving Clemson, right? Well, your argument, for the most part, is correct. Dabo doesn't have a ton of players leaving Clemson. However, an angle that we haven't discussed as much, Diesel, is that a good thing? Are we really sure that players not leaving is a good thing? Or are we just assuming that because players don't leave, it's a good thing? I'm just saying maybe you do want a little bit. I'm not saying that the constant revolving door is what you want, but I do think that with the portal, I do think that trimming fat sometimes is necessary. In order to get better players, you have to get rid of average players, right? And I'm not saying Clemson's just full of average players, but I do think that there are players on Clemson's roster who could play a lot of other places.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard that's another part of Dabo's stance that kind of gets lost in the shuffle. As much as we talk about his opposite of willingness, his reluctance to bring players in, it's his reluctance to essentially send players on their way. You know, he's not going to go up to the backup right guard and say, "Hey, buddy, you're not good enough to play here. Like you're just not." He's going to make those kids make that decision themselves, and they may eventually make that decision, right? Or they may say, "You know what? I love the family vibe here. I don't want to leave this." I understand. Like, these players talk to each other, right? Sure. They probably know. They have buddies that play on other rosters, and they probably ask the questions like, "Hey, what's the culture like over there at NC State? What's the culture like down there at Mississippi State? Should I think about transferring there?" And they may say, "Bro, it's not as good down here. Like what you got up there at Clemson is pretty good. You might want to stick around." And I mean, hey, does it leave the opportunity for that great story of the third string right guard who worked his ass off, got into the game, proved that he had what it took, and then bam, look at him. He's a star by his senior year. Yeah, it certainly does. And Clemson has always spent a lot of time and effort to highlight those types of stories. But I just question, do those types of stories, like, it feels good for the fan base to talk about those things, but outside of Clemson, South Carolina, outside of Pickens County, nobody gives a rip about those stories. The media is not talking about them, and they don't help you win championships. I
want to get to a little bit of a twist of the topic that you put on the rundown. I do want to read a couple of texts before we get there, though. Texter Diesel from the 432. Another disappointing Clemson season means Dabo goes after the portal harder, the high school portal. LOL. He's an embarrassment to the university.
Wow.
You don't think that's
is that Dewey texting in?
I was going to say, is that a Gamecock fan? Because the next text under from the 345 says go Cox. So I don't know if that's a Tiger fan or not.
We put up a poll, by the way, on Twitter. Find it at the Fan Upstate on Twitter. Would another disappointing season, sub 10 wins, change Dabo Swinney's transfer portal stance? You got three choices. No, he'll never change. No, but it should change his stance. And yes, he'll have no choice.
You know, you said something when I asked the question, will it? No. Should it? Yes. I think I pretty much agree with that. You know, Dabo Swinney, do you give him credit for sticking? You know, what's so fascinating is so many people give Dabo credit for sticking to what he believes in, right? Staying true. And, like, I don't think there's anything wrong in life with praising people who stay true to themselves, but I don't know that this is a accolade to praise. We're not going out on bad morals here in recruiting players. Everybody's doing it. It's the letter of the law. If you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. A lot of people, my only issue is Diesel, a lot of people act like, oh, Dabo's not selling his soul to the devil. He's staying true to who he is. That's a load of BS.
Well, Mad Craft brings up this point. They may not win you championships now, but they did. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could go back and award championships after the fact to players who never actually won championships.
What do you mean? What does he mean by that? They may not win you championships now.
He was talking about the great stories, the kids who work hard for 3-4 years and they finally get a chance to play.
Gotcha.
He's saying that those kids did win those types of kids. That's the difference there, Matt Craft. And I think I'm understanding what you're saying. If I'm misrepresenting what you had to say there, I apologize.
Yeah, let us know.
But he's saying those types of players, those types of stories were occurring when they were winning championships years ago. But guess what? The kids who are here now, who are striving for those types of stories, are not winning championships.
Yeah.
Other types of stories. The kid who thought he believed in himself but wasn't getting playing time at Texas, transferring to Ole Miss or transferring to Florida State. Those are the stories that are winning championships now.
I'll tell you this. To answer your follow-up question about would Clemson fans welcome a disappointing season if they knew it would change Dabo's stance on the portal, I would never – we've talked about this with Brad Brunell and South Carolina baseball, right, to a degree. I would never say Clemson fans would cheer for Clemson to disappoint. I do, however, think there are a large contingent of Clemson fans that I've talked to who want Dabo to win his way. They don't necessarily, Diesel, want him to conform to the portal and win that way.
Well,
I think there's a big group of people who think, he's going to win his way. And I'm not so sure of that.
So what you're saying there is there's a bunch of people who hope
What's your name?
That Dabo's portal stance will work out for them in the future. They are living on a hope and a prayer. Whoa. Living
halfway
on
there,
a
baby.
prayer. You know what I'm saying? That's what those people are doing. Now, it all matters, Cole. In what way, if any, Graham Neff is putting pressure on Dabo Swinney to change his transfer portal stance? Does Graham Neff feel like, what is the dynamic between those two? Graham Neff is Dabo Swinney's boss.
Yeah.
Even though Dabo makes a hell of a lot more money than he does and knows a hell of a lot more about football than Graham does.
And by the way,
Graham's
Gary,
still his boss.
Gary, I lost you. If you want to call back, you can. To that point, Diesel, he is his boss. Again, this is no inside knowledge. I'll just tell you this. I'd be very surprised if Graham Neff has put any pressure on Dabo Swinney.
He's probably saying, in Dabo, I trust.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he wants. You almost
that's
create
the sad
that culture,
thing
is he having the conversation, which really means kind of goes back to the conversation we were having last week about LeBron James. Does Dabo Swinney run that athletic department, at least on the football side of things, when he doesn't necessarily have to answer to anyone?
T Swizzle on the stream says playoff or bust. If you can't make the playoffs, you have to adapt. No ifs, ands, or buts.
I do believe, Cole, that there is a way. Exactly what it looks like, I don't know, because I'm literally thinking up this question in my head. I do believe there is a way for Clemson to find success using NIL in the transfer portal era and doing it the Clemson way, right? You hear them talk about, Don Munson has talked about it on this show, the way that they structure NIL at Clemson is vastly different from everywhere else. Clemson does engage in name, image, and likeness. They have never once said that we don't do that, right?
Sure.
They just do it differently. They don't – essentially the difference is they don't use NIL as an inducement to get players to sign and come to Clemson.
Correct.
So if you've got a guy transferring out of Texas and he's got 4 or 5 places that he's interested in, well, maybe LSU is offering him $500,000.
And I think
and other schools are offering him that money. Clemson's saying, hey, we'd love to have you here. And then we want to offer you NIL based on your performance and your loyalty and you staying here after you get here. But we're not going to pay you $500,000. We're not going to give you $500,000 when we don't have a clue what you could be for us.
And listen, I think that's a double-edged sword, right? Like I think it is. Is there an issue with that approach? I don't think so, as long as you never tell yourself that you're always going to hold it tight to your chest and you're never going to use the money of NIL as a enticing, an enticing trait to come to. Because I hear what you say, and I'm not saying just throw money at anybody, because you do want them to fit, right? You do want them to be a right fit for the program and for the Clemson culture. I get all of that. But like if you're going to have that stance, Diesel, it's a double-edged sword as well, because those big-time guys aren't going to consider you, because you're going to create a culture of, oh, they don't come after the money.
Those big-time guys, Cole, they want the money right now.
Yeah.
They don't want the money a year from now or 2 years from now. I mean, the only thing Clemson could do, assuming the way we just laid out their transfer portal and NIL strategy is correct, the only thing they could do is say, hey, guess what? Your evaluation is that you're a $50,000 guy, right? Okay, you could go right down to one of these 5 schools that want you and get your $50K up front, and congratulations, you got $50K in your pocket. Or we can set some expectations for you, and if you meet and exceed them, we'll throw you 100.
And
right?
I like that. And
make it incentive based, make it performance based. But the problem is, most of these guys just want the money right here and now, and they know now that there's no restrictions on how many times you can transfer. They know that, well, if I'm at Texas and I get a $50,000 offer to go to Ole Miss, guess what? I can get my $50K from Ole Miss. Sure. And then next year I'll transfer to Florida and I'll get $50K from Florida. And then next year I'll transfer to NC State and I'll get my $50K from NC State. And guess what? I'll be a rich man.
I know we have to run, but I do want to highlight something that Madcraft asked T-Swizzle in the chat. It's something that you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago. T-Swizzle said it's playoff or bust. If you make the playoff, okay. If you don't, that's a bust. Madcraft asked a very good question. Would that be enough? Figured it would be more like a Final Four or bust. I said a few weeks ago, I even have a promo about it. For me, Diesel, I've said it a couple of times, I feel like in order for Dabo to prove that he's still one of the elite programs, he's got to be in the Final Four. I understand the 12-team playoff. I get all of that. But it's going to be a lot easier to make the playoff now. I don't think making the playoff should be expectation for Clemson. I don't want to say expectation. It shouldn't just be enough for Clemson fans.
Well, it also goes back to the drum that Dabo has been beating for the last couple of years. Look how many 10-win seasons we've had in a row. Well, 10-win
12
season
in a row now.
10-win season, it feels great to say, but how many games are you playing now with the regular season, with the championship game, with the bowl games and or playoff games? Like winning 10 games, especially in the ACC. Well, I said that was weird. The ACC ain't what it used to be. Like, it's not necessarily the flex that it used to be.
He won 12 in a row. 12 10-win seasons before last year's 9-4.
This texter brings up a really good point. This is the texter who got in earlier about Dabo in the portal. He says, as a Gamecock fan, Clemson fans should hope that the football program ends like the Dabo Sweeney era ends like the Mark Kingston era. Still good, but 100% obvious that you need a change. And as a Gamecock fan, I commend you because I don't think you're wrong. Hey, when we come back, Cole, some unprecedented change has happened in just the last 20 years of college football. Let's put on our tinfoil hats, right? Let's look into our crystal balls and wonder what's college football going to look like in 2044, 20 years from now. We'll talk about that next, right here on the Fan Upstate. Does anyone else long for the simpler times in college football? Like back in the day. When do you cut off what back in the day means for you, right? Tolos, love your answer on that. 71307, message in on the stream. Where is your line of delineation between the new era of college football and the quote unquote old era of college football? Because I would argue, Cole, that we've seen unprecedented change, not just in the last year, but especially the last 20 years of college football. Probably more change in the last 20 years than we've ever seen leading up to that point. And you're talking about 100 years before that.
Yeah.
So I want to take you back to 2004, just 20 years ago. God, makes you feel old to say 2004 was 20 years ago, right? But in 2004, Nick Saban was winning national championships at LSU. The Bob Stoops era was in full force at Oklahoma. Pete Carroll was just about to start crushing it at USC. Mac Brown was at Texas. It felt like a simpler time, right? But since then, so much has changed in college football. Number one, you've had all the realignment. Like, remember that time Texas and Oklahoma almost went to the Pac-12 and they decided to stay put? Well, they've eventually moved to the SEC, and obviously that's created so much movement over the past couple of years. Oregon, Washington, UCLA, USC in the Big Ten, Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah to the Big 12. Some teams have moved conferences and then moved back since then, right? You brought up Cincinnati, Houston, UCF, BYU to the Big 12. There's been unprecedented changes in the group of five. Conference USA went from this massive small conference to basically irrelevant. The Sun Belt has come out of nowhere. The FCS has been minimized so much to the point where almost all of the powers, any school with a pulse over the last 20 years has moved from the FCS to the FBS. Of course, you got all the transfer portal changes. You got all the NIL changes. You know, the removal of the rule that said you had to sit out for a year if you were going to transfer. Like, that seems like a common sense rule, right?
Yeah.
You can't transfer inside your conference. And if you transfer to another school relatively the same size as you, in the same division as you have to sit out for a year. Didn't have to do that if you were transferring from a Power 5 school down to an FCS. But I wonder, Cole, now that we are watching the Pac-12, a long and storied brand, get strip mined down to nothing, what are we going to see 20 years from now in college football? So put on your crystal ball, hold it up to your eye, put on your prediction pants. What do you think we're going to see in 20 years, 2044, which is not that far away once you start thinking about it? I'm going to be 60. I don't like the thought of that at all.
Ooh.
But I'll still be here kicking, hopefully, right? How many power conferences are we going to have in college football?
When I look in that crystal ball, I literally want to throw it down and run away as fast as possible.
Smash it.
Throw it away, throw it in the river, bury it, never look back. It's scary to look in the crystal ball if you do, to your point, know what's happened over the last 20 years in college football. You know, if you look at the next 20, all you can really say is, well, no regulations stopped anything from happening in the past 20. So what's to say there are going to be any regulations or smart people or people with common sense who are going to prevent 20 years from now the athletes making just as much as the coaches, the athletes having no cap put on anything in terms of transfer, in terms of NIL, in terms of loyalty. It's scary. It really is. I hate to be that way. I wish I could sit here and say, oh, in 20 years from now, Diesel, people are going to have fixed all of this. People are going to have put limitations. I wish I could say that, but I have no faith to be able to say that.
Yeah, so you could go one of two ways. You could go scorched earth. Everything is going to continue on this path of unchecked change. Or, and I want to be hopeful. I really do. I want to be hopeful and say that an actual governance structure is built, right? Because we've seen the NCAA go from all powerful to not powerful at all, having no control over anything. So you got to think, Cole, at some point, a governance body, not dissimilar from having a commissioner in the NFL, will come to be.
Will it? Will it happen? That's the question,
I don't know.
right?
That's exactly what we're asking. So, I mean, here's I want to say that there's a 25% chance of that happening. I say there's a 75% chance of it not happening because look at what drives everything in the world. Money, right? The money is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing in this sport. I don't see anything or any reason to believe that money will suddenly slow down, right? Unless some new technology comes along, Cole, that changes the way we consume sports. Think of like a paradigm shift, the way that television was a paradigm shift from radio, or that streaming is a paradigm shift from cable. Something that I can't even fathom is coming.
God,
that's gonna change everything, right? That will essentially cut out all of these rights holders to change everything.
Madcraft on the stream brought up a good point, and, I don't even know if this will take 20 years, but he says, I can't see any way we don't end up with just 2 large conferences in 20 years from now.
But I asked the question here, Cole. If you've got just 2 large conferences, and if I assume we're talking about it from the perspective of essentially the Big 12 joins the SEC and the ACC joins the Big 10, or however you want to slice it up, right? Just 50% of the Power 5, Power 4 schools go north, 50% go south or east or west. I mean, imagine that, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to a structure where there's no such thing as a conference at all?
Could be.
You just play a shuffle of how many power schools are there? 60 or so? Let's just keep it even. Yeah. I think there's something like 80. So 40 go one way, 40 go the other way. Guess what? There's no such thing as a recurring schedule anymore. South Carolina, you're not playing Florida or Tennessee
or Clemson
or Georgia or anybody like that. You're playing a randomized rotation of schools in the southern half of the United States, and I'm talking coast to coast. Would you be into that, right?
I would.
Some people will say yes because, isn't it exciting? See, this is where they've tricked you. This is where, since the college football playoff was even breathed into existence, this is where they've tricked you. They've tricked you into believing that a matchup against a school with a good name that you don't play very much is better than a school that you've been playing for the last 80 years. And that's where it's bogus. And so many of you have bought that crap, hook, line, and sinker, right? Wouldn't it be awesome? Wouldn't it be awesome? And I'm speaking hypothetically here, but I don't think I'm making up tales out of school, right? Wouldn't it be awesome if South Carolina played Arizona State more?
Ugh.
And you're saying to yourself, why the hell? But that's my point.
Yeah.
Why the hell would I want that? Well, if somebody gets a wild hair and they start marketing the hell out of it, guess what? You could end up in a conference with Arizona State. If we're going north half, south half, right?
I think we have to at least somehow, some way, keep it structured in a way where there may not be conferences. It may not look the way it does now, but the NFL for a long freaking time has kept structure. And again, there's a big difference between the NFL and the NCAA because the NFL actually is a organized body that makes decisions, unlike the NCAA. I do think there needs to be some sort of, at least, I don't want to say organized scheduling. It may not be called conferences. It may, I don't know.
So
I just do not want it to be a free-for-all every single year.
So what you're saying is pods. You want pods. You want protected teams that are on your schedule every single year. You're saying you want divisions within a conference, which if it gets to the point where they sort of reshuffle things. What's the difference?
No, I don't want divisions in a conference. I just want some sort of structure. And again,
well, isn't that what that is, though?
Well,
I mean, isn't you say you want something similar to what the NFL has
in structure,
which is a division inside of a conference?
No.
That's exactly what it is.
Listen, I know what that is. I'm not saying I want divisions inside of conferences. I'm saying I want structure similar to what the NFL has. I don't mean.
But what does that mean?
No. Let me tell you. I don't mean structure in terms of conference division. I mean structure in terms of not organized chaos and playing Arizona State every year. I mean structure in terms of at least keeping conferences so that you're not just playing Arizona State and Utah every single year. I want structure in college football. I do not want 20 years from now college football to be the wild, wild west and not have any structure.
Well, what's the
structures? I mean, it's very simple. Structure.
What's the stop? Okay. What's to stop a network executive from saying, hypothetical situation, Gamecock fans, don't freak out. What's to stop a network executive who they've just smushed the Big 12 and the SEC together from saying, hey, guess what? South Carolina, you're tier 3. We don't really care that much about you, so we're going to make you play Arizona State every year. Guess what? If you were better, you get the marquee matchups like Florida and Georgia and Tennessee, but you're not that good. Well, so we're not going to have you. We're not going to waste a time slot on a Saturday having you play one of our marquee teams when you're not that good. Right?
I see that. However, it would have to make sense for the TV network as well, right? Would South Carolina and Arizona or Arizona State make sense for the TV network? I'm not saying
they can bury it on a streaming network for all they care. They're not even going to put it on television, right?
We may get to that point. I hope not.
Here's my confusion, Cole. I think you actually are arguing for some form of conference inside of a division or division inside of a conference, but you're not realizing that that's what you're arguing for, right?
No. The SEC right now doesn't have division.
You want a structure where you play a subset of the same schools year in and year out. That is a conference inside of a division or a division inside of a conference.
The SEC currently structured, though. There's no divisions.
Right, but if what Madcraft says, and which there's a lot of people who believe this is where it's going, is two big conferences, that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
And they'll say, why are we even doing this if our SEC schools, former SEC schools, aren't playing our former Big 12 schools? Why are we even doing that? And that's what I hope ultimately happens here, Cole. Whether it's through a college football czar, commissioner, whatever. I'm hoping that we have chaos for a while and they ultimately get to the point where they say to themselves, this is crap. This doesn't make sense. Nobody likes this. Nobody's going to games. Sure, we can sell it for $1 bajillion on television. Mm-hmm. But look at these empty stadiums everywhere. Look at the fan base falling off and not being that interested in it anymore because it doesn't resemble anything they used to love. And then they say to themselves, oh my God, what have we done?
Well, I hope it doesn't.
And they have no other choice but to ultimately reorganize take it back to the SEC days, pre-Texas and Oklahoma, Texas A&M, or they redraw the map and say, guess what? Now you clump of schools, you're in the new SEC.
I hope it doesn't get to that point, really. I hope it doesn't. I hope we don't have to have chaos in order for somebody to have common sense, right? I hope that's what we can take away from it. We don't need chaos in order to have common sense. You can have common sense without having to go through the chaos. All right, coming up next. It broke right before the show, right before we came on these airwaves. Klay Thompson is no longer a Golden State Warrior. The dynasty is officially over in the Bay Area. What it means for Golden State. And does Klay Thompson have enough to get Dallas over the hump? We'll talk about it next. Klay Thompson, now a Dallas Maverick. We heard the entire time that Klay, Draymond, Steph said, we're not going to ever break this dynasty up. We're never going to break up the band. However, as you know, nothing lasts forever, even in the NBA. And Klay Thompson, I'm fascinated by this. Like, I know Klay Thompson's on the back end of his career, but he's still a good player. He still has, in my opinion, a little bit left in him. I mean, he averaged 17 points last year, 21 the year before that, 20 in 2021. I think he's still got plenty of good ball left. And Diesel, you and I saw in the playoffs in the finals, Dallas didn't have a guy who could really be a threat from the outside to help put pressure on Boston. And maybe Klay Thompson's that guy. Do they still need more help, in my opinion? Maybe another piece or two. But Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving, and Luka on the same team, to me, that's a big deal. And now Golden State's dynasty is officially over.
Yeah, it seems to be that the Dallas Mavericks, I mean, they obviously know that they can't get it done with what they had. And they, without question, got better with this move.
Sure.
They improve their chances to win an NBA title with this move. Do we think that as constructed last year, playing against the Celtics, if we just dropped Klay Thompson into that roster, do they get their ass kicked the way that they did against the Celtics? I still don't think they win the series.
I think it goes 7 games.
I think it goes 7. Yeah. I think that makes them much more enticing. So, I mean, it's almost as if the Dallas Mavericks have figured out, oh, so that's how Golden State kept winning titles. They had their core, and then they would bring in the best of the best available to just add to the roster. What if we did that too? So they figured something out, right?
Well, Boston, as you saw in the NBA Finals, outside of Luka, Kyrie was inconsistent. So Boston didn't have to put the same defensive pressure on Dallas that Dallas had to put on Boston. What I mean is Boston stressed you defensively. Boston made you guard 1 through 5 on the floor, and Dallas did not. There were holes in that Dallas roster. Derek Lively, I think he's going to be better. He was a rookie. Surely he'll get better. He was fantastic during the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. But Thompson now signing a deal, 3-year deal, $50 million that does include a player option. His historic run with Golden State after 13 seasons is over. There hasn't been much inconsistency, Diesel, not much drop-off. He averaged 43% from the field the last 2 years. The year before that, 2021, Klay Thompson averaged 42%. There's not a year in his 12-season career that he's averaged under 42% from the field. That's impressive. He's a consistent threat from the field. His three-point percentage, only 2 seasons in 12 seasons, Diesel. 2 out of 12 that he averaged under 40% from the three-point line. The other 10, he averaged 43, 41, 40, 41. So he's still got game left. Again, he averaged 17.9 points per game this past season. The only thing you do hope that doesn't happen is that little I word, that one thing that has bothered Klay Thompson at times, and that's been injury. You got to hope Klay Thompson stays relatively healthy, because you would think that a team, nowadays, Diesel, 2 stars isn't enough. You got to have 3. You got to have some really good role players like Jaylen Brown. But now you would think that Klay Thompson and Dallas, if they can work on their bench, improve their bench, that this is enough to put them over the edge, especially in the West. The West is only getting better. Boston's not going to go anywhere. But just like Golden State, Diesel, Boston's not going to stay this formidable team forever either. They're going to lose pieces.
Well, at 6'6", 210, Klay Thompson not going down to bang for rebounds. He needs to get better at that. He's only averaging 3, 4. He's never averaged more than 4.1 rebounds a game in a season his entire career. He's not necessarily an assist guy either. And that's really what Dallas needs from him. They need him to step that up and be an assist type of guy, right? Because how many times did we say in the finals that Boston was playing extremely unselfish basketball and they were moving the ball around all over the court and they were able to find open guys? Well, that's not really what Klay Thompson's game is. Just like I said with rebounds, he's not a strong assist guy. He's never averaged more than 3 assists per game in his entire career, but he's going to have to be. He's going to have to be. Otherwise, you end up basically taking the ball out of Luka's hands, or you end up taking the ball out of Kyrie's hands. Again, Kyrie was friggin' awful in the finals, except for 2 games. So you're going to take those guys who are averaging 25 points a night, like Kyrie was, whatever Luka was averaging on the season. I know he was scoring a ton in those finals. So you're going to take the ball out of one of those 2 guys' hands to give it to a guy who's averaging 18 points a night.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's going to be. That's just not who he is.
Yeah.
He's a spot up guy and he's going to be a spot up shooter. That's what he has made a living on. And I don't think he's going to be a ball distributor for this team. I think he's going to be a guy that Kyrie and Luka can count on to hit some timely shots because, let's be honest, that's what they missed. They missed timely shooting, and they're going to need that.
Keep getting your comments in on the things we've talked about throughout the show today. Will Dabo Swinney change his portal policy if they have another disappointing season? What will college football look like in 2044? Some fantastic texts that we want to get to on that. But coming up next, we'll bring in Jake Mastriani from the Locked On Braves podcast. The Braves, we had high hopes for their 7-game stretch, and well, they fell massively short of that. We'll talk to Jake about it on the other side, right here on the Fan Upstate. Oh, bringing on a Braves guest. Gets us into the point, Cole, of do we have to talk about these Atlanta Braves?
What do you mean they took 2 or 3 over the weekend?
Just when you feel like, and shout out to the Braves for looking real good against the real good Yankees. But since then, Cole, this team has kind of spun their wheels all over again. Lost 2 or 3 to the Cardinals, lost to the putrid White Sox, and then did take 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Pirates. That's no small task, right? Shout out to the Braves for being able to achieve that. But we bring on right now Jake Mastriani of the Locked On Braves podcast. And Jake, I listened to your most recent show. I understand that you're very, very frustrated with this team. So I want to start us out on a positive note. How long until we see the Grant Holmes look, which is really the Kenny Powers look, let's be real, all over the city of Atlanta? And if you were dressing up as a pitcher for Halloween, who's getting the Jake Mastriani treatment?
Yeah, it's got to be Grant Holmes. I mean, why not? Especially with Spencer Strider out this year, you don't have the stash anymore. So, yeah, let's start selling some of those nice little headwears there and make some more money, so we can go out and get some guys at the deadline, because we know the offense needs it.
Jake, you know what's fascinating? You know, the Pirates, an improving team, in my opinion. The Braves got a win against Paul Skeens, and that, you know, that's a positive. But it's fascinating that during the season, in my opinion, every single little hiccup is going to be pointed out just because it's such a tough season already, even though the Braves are still 10 games above 500. Do you think Braves fans are reading too much into every single game, or is it deserved criticism?
I think it's deserved. I mean, we're 2.5 months into this now of this team basically being a 500 baseball team. I mean, they're really that, record that they have right now, it's really carried by the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season. Since that point, it's been a 500 ball club. So we have now had a longer stretch of this Braves team looking like a 500 team than we have seen them be a team that's actually, a 10 games above 500 type of team. What we saw the first 2 or 3 weeks, what we saw all of last year. So it is legitimate concern at this point, and it's going to take more than a good little stretch. You had the good homestand last time. You won the series against the Yankees. You thought maybe this was going to be the beginning of something, but as you pointed out, as we went into this segment, then you lose a series to the Cardinals. You somehow lose the most winnable game you're ever going to have with Chris Sale going up against the White Sox in a bullpen game, and you can't manage to score a single run. And then you have the series over the weekend against the Pirates. You won it. Great. You scored 4 runs after Friday night. And I get it. Paul Skeens is good. Weren't expecting to score a ton in that one, but you had chances. And it's because we have had this stretch for so long that if they do fall back even into, a 4 or 5 game stretch like they are now, where we're seeing the offense struggle again, we've seen more of that this year than we have seen it be good. So immediately your mind is going to go to, okay, they're back into that 500 type of team mentality or look.
Find him on Twitter at shortstopball and at LockedOn_Braves. Jake Mastriani, host of the Locked On Braves podcast, joining us here on Wire to Wire. The most frustrating thing, Jake, is we've seen this team break out, even in the past 2 weeks. They had a 10-hit game versus the Pirates. They had a 9-hit game versus the Cardinals, a 14-hit game against the Yankees, and then they just fall off for the other 2 games in the series. You said it there. A big part of it is opposing pitching, being good. But in your conversations, as you live this life and you're around baseball every single day, how do players explain, quote unquote, seeing the ball well in one game, but not the next?
I think it all comes down to game planning, and it's something that the Braves did better than anybody last year. Every hitter went up there. They had an idea of what they were going to get, and they set on it, and they were able to take advantage of that. And look, pitching is up, offense is down. Whichever way you want to look at it, things are definitely different this year in Major League Baseball. They're not playing the same. It's not the same landscape as we've had in years past. Something is different. You were seeing pitchers with sub-3 ERAs you never would have thought would have sub-3 ERAs at this point of the year. And you've had a lot of struggling hitters. But I think it all comes down to game planning. And you're just, for me, you're seeing too many at-bats from Braves hitters this year where they look like they don't have a clue up there. They look like they don't have any type of game plan as to what they're going to get. And it's frustrating because, like you said, we've seen it at times, and I still believe that the talent is here for this team and this offense in particular to break out and be that group. But it's just, again, it goes back to we've now seen a 2.5 month stretch where this offense just struggles to score without the home run ball. And the slug is just not there this year across the league, but even more so for the Atlanta Braves. It's just not there. And taking that away from this offense, it's almost like they're just lost. Okay, how do I execute if that part of my game is not there as much as I'm accustomed to it being there? How do I find other ways to manufacture runs? To me, that eventually comes back to the coaching staff. Okay, we've had this long stretch now. Home runs aren't coming as frequently. How do I find other ways to get the offense going? And we just haven't seen them make that adjustment. And that's hard. I'm not saying that's easy, but we haven't seen them change up that game plan at all.
Jake, what can the coaching staff do when it comes to the bottom of the lineup? Because I hear you and I agree with you, but man, it's the bottom of the lineup that's not carrying their weight. I'm not saying the top of the lineup's just slugging and hitting the cover off the ball, but the bottom 5 or so in the lineup, man, they've just been dreadful. They
have been, and you make a good point. We're looking for this offense to turn things around, and we always talk about as the summer months heat up, this is when the offense usually takes off. And we didn't necessarily get that in July, at least not to the degree that we were, or in June rather. We didn't get that to the degree that we were hoping. But the guys at the top of the order, I mean, Austin Riley had an OPS over 900. Jared Kelenic up there as well. Ozuna, he was still doing his thing. Matt Olson wasn't a great month, but a 746 OPS. I mean, you had the guys at the top really start to make some improvements. But as you mentioned, the guys at the bottom, I mean, Arcia was dreadful. Adam Duvall was dreadful. Travis d'Arnaud hasn't been as good. Sean Murphy's shown some signs here recently, but then you're also playing with, a Forrest Wall, Ramon Laureano, these guys, the JP Martinez trying to fill in that outfield spot with Michael Harris gone now. And it's just the bottom of the order. As you said, the bottom 3 in particular have just been brutal and really holding back any chance of this offense really getting to the point that it could, with the top of the guys starting to come around a little bit. So I think, we're obviously entering July. The trade deadline's coming up at the end of this month, beginning of August. It really just becomes a question now. Do you have those answers internally that you feel like you can put at the bottom of the order, or who are you targeting? And what I talked about on the podcast, what type of player are you targeting? Like I just said a minute ago, home runs aren't coming as frequently this year as we are accustomed to. So do you look for a different type of hitter as somebody down there? Do you look for somebody that's more contact-oriented, somebody with a little bit more speed? With Acuna out of this lineup, nobody else really runs. So you've taken away that speed element as well to try to manufacture runs in that way. So I'm curious to see where the Braves go if they continue to look for those types of hitters to fill up the bottom of the order.
Jake, you said it there, pitching up, hitting down. We've seen a lot of warning track power across the league, and I'm looking at splits on teams so far this season compared to 2023. And, the numbers don't lie. Home runs are down almost every single team. Do you believe that there are strange things afoot at the Circle K? Is there a chance that Major League Baseball has done something to the ball? I know they don't confirm these things, but are there rumors about it this year?
I don't know how it can't be happening. Nothing else really explains the fact that baseballs aren't traveling as far. And look, this isn't conspiracy theory. This data is available. It's free on the internet. You can go to Baseball Savant. You can plug in an exit velocity and launch angle, and you can see how far those balls typically travel. And a lot of times this year, you're seeing that they've traveled as few miles or yards, whatever you want to call it, distance-wise, feet. Sorry, that's what I was trying to get to. They're not traveling as far as they were in previous years or have in previous years. So, again, it's hard not to really believe, and I know it's hurting the Braves more than anybody out there, so it just sounds like sour milk when we say it, but the baseballs just aren't traveling as far. And again, that's not conspiracy theory. You can go check all that out on the internet free of charge, and you can see that it's just not happening. And again, when you take that away from a lineup that was built around slug, around hitting home runs, and now that's been somewhat limited, it's gonna impact your offense. And that's why I say if this is the way it's going, and who knows, they could go back to their regular baseballs anytime. They could change things up. Like you said, baseball's not going to tell us, but then it creates a very awkward, uncomfortable spot for Alex Anthopoulos to say, okay, we have built this lineup to do this thing, one thing, very elite that should lead to a lot of runs. Do we now need to somehow change that up? And I don't know how you do that in the middle of a season, but that's kind of the predicament that they're in right now.
Without a doubt, Jake. Jake Mastriani joining us. Jake, I want to ask you, would you be okay sending Hurston Waldrop, the prospect for the Braves, who has a really bright future, in my opinion, away for a guy like Jack Flaherty?
No. Just because I don't think starting pitching is the biggest need. I would love to have Jack Flaherty, but I'm not going to give up a future piece of my rotation, which is going to be needed after this year. If you're losing Max Fried and you're losing Charlie Morton, I'm not saying I'm completely against trading Hurston Waldrop, because I do think there is some very real reliever risk in that profile, but I wouldn't do it for 2 months of Jack Flaherty. If you said we were good on Waldrop to get a big bat for the outfield, I would be more on board with that. I just think starting pitching is not the biggest priority right now for the Braves as we get towards the trade deadline.
Staying there on the bump there, Spencer Schwellenbach, he's 1-4. He struggled Sunday against the Pirates. They gave up 2 home runs in the 5th there. I know he's young. I know he hasn't spent a ton of time in the league, but any reason for concern, or is that in your mind just sort of part of the process for a young pitcher? You got to get shelled a couple times before you dial it in.
I mean, but is he getting shelled? I know in some of these starts he is, but 5 innings, 4 earned on Sunday. I think you take that out of your 5th starter on most days. I mean, you love obviously that be a little less, but with his offense the way it is, you just can't give much of anything. Again, they gave up 1 run to the White Sox and lost. So the margin for error is just very thin. I really like Schwellenbach. I think he's going to be a big piece of this rotation going forward. But the kid's learning on the fly at the big league level. I mean, he had fewer than 100 professional innings under his belt coming into this year and gets rushed up to the big leagues. And I think he's held his own at time. I love the stuff that he has. It's a young kid, not necessarily too young. I mean, he's 24, but a guy that's not as experienced, who's trying to gain that experience at the hardest level in all of baseball. So I'm very excited about the future for him, but he's kind of been put in a pretty tough spot. I think for the most part, he's handled it well.
Jake, you mentioned it just a few minutes ago. I don't think we'll ever see a trade deadline move like we saw in 2021 that AA did. But if you could get like a junior 2021, right? Not the full package, just the single patty 2021 trade deadline from Alex Anthopoulos, who would be somebody that you think could be that bat that you were talking about?
So the guy I've been talking about a lot lately, and it's really hard to know who's available because you look at the National League landscape and everybody's hovering around 500. So everybody's in it with all these wild card spots. But Jesse Winker of the National kind of fits that profile that I was talking about earlier as somebody that, gets on base. He takes his walks. He's not necessarily the fastest guy, but he's stolen double-digit bases already this year. And it gives you a little bit somebody who can do more for you. It can be more of a well-rounded hitter, left-handed side, obviously. And I think it's be somebody like that. And I think it will be more like 2021. I just don't know that that dynamic bat. I know people talk about Randy Rosarena, Kyle Tucker. I don't think those are realistic options for the Braves. So I think it's going to be more like 2021, or maybe you go out and get 2 or 3 guys that aren't that expensive, both monetarily and prospect wise, and just hope that 1 or 2 of them hit. I mean, 2021 was special where everybody that he brought in just went off, but I can't expect that to happen. But maybe bring in 2 or 3 veteran bats that can do some different things for you, and hope that one of them just kind of clicks and you can ride it from there. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Jake, what's your gauge on Alex Anthopoulos' outlook on keeping a majority of this roster intact? I mean, who do you see is absolutely protected? Number 1, through the trade deadline. Number 2, through the end of the season going into 2025.
I mean, I gotta think everybody is on the major league roster. I mean, as far as prospect wise, I think if they can get through this trade deadline and not trade away Kirsten Waldrop, AJ Smith-Shawver, Spencer Schwellenbach, because I think those are future pieces of your rotation that you're going to need, then I think it's a successful trade deadline, assuming you get something, of use. So I think those three guys would be the prospects that you would like to protect. I think everybody else, could be on the move. Maybe a Nacho Alvarez, who knows, maybe he takes over the shortstop job, maybe as soon as this year. I don't know, with the way that he's hitting at Gwinnett right now. But I think everybody else prospect-wise could be on the move. I don't really see them trading much from the major league roster. Look, as frustrating as they have been, they have a very firm hold on the top wild card spot. This is, and knock on wood, going to be a postseason team unless things just completely fall apart. And again, knock on wood, I don't know how they could be much worse than they've been over the last 2.5 months. I expect them to be better down the stretch. So they're going to be in it. They're going to be buyers. So I don't really see them trading anybody off the major league roster.
Jake, before we let you go, man, can we end with a little positivity? I mean, a favorable pitching matchup for Atlanta in this 3-game series starting tomorrow against San Francisco. And then Philadelphia, 2 of their best players aren't going to be on the field. So maybe we do get, 4 of 6? Wouldn't that be a huge win?
That would be a huge win, especially if, a couple of those come against the Phillies this weekend. Like you said, you are getting them while they're down a little bit without Kyle Schwarber, without Bryce Harper. I believe you're also going to miss Zach Wheeler in that series as well, as he's right now scheduled to pitch on Wednesday unless they do some shuffling around in their rotation. So that gives you a little bit of hope in that series. But it's hard for me to be too optimistic with this offense at the moment. I have all of the confidence in the world that the pitching staff will keep them in games. But, the Braves have played better at home this year. The offense has been better at home this season. And you talked about the timing of when they're playing the Phillies right now. So certainly could go out there and do that. Could win a couple of series, one against the Giants and the Phillies, and at home, and feel pretty good before you go out on a West Coast trip and then into the All-Star break.
Jake, thanks for your time as always, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me on. You have a great day.
That is Jake Mastriani of Locked On Braves. As Diesel said, you can follow him at Shortstop Ball on X. That's where you can find it. You can find his podcast there as well, Diesel.
Yeah, you can find his podcast. It's called Locked On Braves. Fantastic podcast. He puts it up on YouTube. He puts it up on all your favorite platforms, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts. I mean, it's everywhere. The Locked On Network is absolutely fantastic, man. They really do employ some of the best in this business. And you know what? You know why I like listening to his podcast is he voices his frustration. You can hear it. Like, he's not one of those.
Lets loose a little bit?
Yeah, he lets it loose. He is not one of those guys who holds it close to the vest, and especially as we're this deep into this season, and he said it right there, playing essentially the last 2 months of 500 baseball, when you know the way this roster is built and you know how good they could be, for them to struggle this deep into the season, it is frustrating. And I always like that kind of like, you remember that Howard Stern's Private Parts sketch where they were trying to say the thing without saying the thing?
Yeah.
Like that, to me, it's like it's always seething right there under the surface. And you think, all right, what's it going to take for Jake Mastriani to explode on this podcast? And I'm just waiting for it. It's going to happen one of these days.
He is soft-spoken.
He's going to drop some bombs, man. I'm telling you.
Just go out full force with the
Yeah.
F-bomb. Listen, to your frustration point, as a Braves fan, I am frustrated. But you know what? When you play this long, it's July 1st today. To me, it's kind of like at this point, you are who you are. So while I'm frustrated, I certainly wish the season could have gone better. But I also, in the same breath, Diesel, I'm kind of like, you know what? We are who we are. I don't think anything drastic is going to happen to change the DNA of this year's team. I'm not completely giving up on them. I'm not selling them. But I'm just saying, hey, let's stay competitive, stay 10, 15 games above 500, see if we can make a run at the end, right?
You brought up my point right there. I mean, we can be frustrated as Braves fans seeing this team at 5 to 10 games under 500, and that would suck. But we're Braves fans who are frustrated with a team that's 10 games over 500.
Well, I mean,
and is within striking distance to make some big moves, especially if they can take a couple from the Phillies. That would be big.
Hey, the Rangers won the freaking World Series last year, and they're below 500 right now. So, I mean, it could be a lot worse. Like, again, our problems that we're discussing are, some teams would love to have these problems. It's just, you want to, like Jake said, the talent's there.
I just wonder the question, and Jake said they're never going to tell us. Major League Baseball is never going to tell us when they make changes to the baseball. I don't know that they've made changes to the ball, but obviously with home runs being down across the league, there's no other explanation other than something has happened to the baseball, whether it's the materials used, whether it's the height of the laces to help out pitching. We just don't know. Right.
Yeah.
So, but otherwise, how has basically every power hitter across the league fallen off the way that they have? I mean, they're never going to tell us those things, but I do wonder, why would Major League Baseball want fewer home runs? Why would they want to make the games less entertaining for the pitchers, for the most diva players on the roster? Why would you want that?
I don't know. And look, to that point, I don't have issue with every few years them tinkering with the baseball. I would just like to know about it.
Sure.
Just be transparent. Just say, hey, we've made some changes.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect just you. It's going to affect everybody. If they tell us, I'm okay with it. Not as long as it's not every year.
I want to see these players have to adjust. I want to know.
Sure.
To me, it would be an entertaining thing to know how they're able to adjust to the changes.
Absolutely, it would. All right, Diesel, we teased this on Friday. We got some good suggestions from our Tolos, and we're going to, in the very next segment, we're going to get the voting going. We're going to get the ball rolling on the voting process. Follow us on X if you haven't done so already at the Fan Upstate. We're going to talk about those suggestions that you gave us last week on the Summertime Bracket Challenge next. Texter says we used to get a box of balls before spring training every year so you could get used to them as a pitcher or for me as a hitter. Trust me, they change every year. I've seen things change slightly throughout the season. How about that? Little baseball change without knowing. I'm telling you, it probably does happen. He's probably right. Thank you, Texter.
Do you think there's like a pitchers union where they bitch and moan to Major League Baseball? Our
Secretly
ERAs are
mean
going
about
up
it.
too high. Our ERAs are up. We can't get the contracts we need. You got to do something. You got to help us.
I hope not.
So then they change the baseball, raise the laces on it just a little bit.
Yeah.
So that they can get a better grip, so that they can get more spin, more whatever. And then players and the hitters do the same thing the next year. Oh, you got to help us out. We can't hit home runs.
You would hope not, but you never know. With all these, with all the back channeling that goes on, you never know. All right. Last week, I believe it was Friday, Diesel, we kind of tossed the idea around of a good little bracket challenge to do this summer while things are slow. And we, it was 6:00 on Friday. I remember that because we had a ton of reactions, a ton of texts on our text line, which you can text 71307. We're going to continue to get those in, and we want to get this voting process started on this bracket challenge. Some of the nominations were best barbecue in the upstate, favorite destination in the upstate, favorite homegrown spot to grab a bite, no chains, like Mom and Pop. I like that one a lot. That's local, right? That's what we do. Local. That's what we are on this station. Favorite downtown or best downtown area. Favorite sports documentary was sent in late on Friday. I thought that was good as well. I'm a sports documentary guy. Sign me up. Best burger. Diesel, I just remembered that during the break. That was sent in as well. I can't remember. Maybe Trey said that, best burger, but I thought that was a good suggestion as well.
Ike's would win that. Ike's would win it because Ike's always gets the most votes and conversation around best burger.
In Spartanburg, people just hammer down on Ike's.
They do. They do.
Not you couldn't do this because it'd be terribly unfair.
What if the
Ike's.
truth was like Five Guys was the best burger in town?
It's a good burger.
It is really
let's
good.
not act like it's not.
That's what we had yesterday on our way back from playing golf. It was brutal hot out there yesterday.
But here's the problem. Two of you, Five Guys, your bill was probably $39, $45.
Yeah, but it was delicious.
God, it's expensive.
So what you're telling me is all these other restaurants make crap frozen burgers, but you like them because they're cheap. But when you say, I go get a phenomenal burger at a chain where they only use, and I just watched a YouTube video about Five Guys because I love watching like weird food history videos on YouTube talking about Five Guys and like nothing's ever frozen. I'm not trying to do a commercial here for Five Guys. I'm just saying like everything they make is fresh. They never have anything frozen whatsoever.
Yeah, I think.
And then it's expensive and y'all are like, but I don't like paying more money for better food.
Well, I don't know that we just assume that just because it's cheaper means necessarily that it's frozen. I don't know that that's a good assumption to make because there are a lot of good restaurants that I eat at, burger joints, where I can go get a burger and fries for $11, $12. But when I go to Five Guys, it's like $16, $17 for me. It's just a little too, again, I'm not saying I like a frozen burger. I love the fresh patties, right? I love the fresh meat. Everybody does. But, man,
fresh meat.
I'm not about $17 a person. I can't do that. All right, so let's get them in. 71307, start your text with the word fan. Diesel, we've got a list started, you and I do. We will, what's the best way to do this? On X, put a poll up? Is that best?
Yeah, well, first of all, we've got 6 options here.
1, 2, yep.
We should ask, well, we have to whittle it down because you only get 4, right?
We might have to do 2 tweets.
You only get 4. Well, you can't do 2 tweets because people could vote in both, right? We need to whittle it down to 4. So we've got some similarities here. We've got 3 food questions, really. We've got 3 food questions, 2 location questions, and then 1 left field sports docs.
So I'm with you. No, I'm with you. That makes sense. Of those listed, you're right. There are a little bit. There are some genres that they could fit into. Texter, by the way, just said best sports movie. That's Buckeye Brian. We appreciate the text, Buckeye Brian. Hadn't heard from you in a while. But I'll say this. Texters, Tolos, audience out there, of the ones we have, which do you think would do the best? Which one will you participate in? Will you help us find the right winner, right? Whether it's best burger or sports documentary. I think that would obviously be different, Diesel. I know you guys did one time favorite what was it? The favorite, not athlete, but
yeah, we did Upstate's favorite athlete.
Upstate's okay, that's a good one. I like
we did Upstate's favorite restaurant.
Yep.
We did Upstate's favorite bar.
Do you remember off the top of your head who won the favorite athlete? It wasn't. Oh, was it Zion?
No, it wasn't Zion.
I just couldn't remember. I remember that happening.
I do know. Hang on a second. I can go back because I remember building the graphic for it.
No way.
I'd have to go back and find the graphic for the Upstate's favorite athletes.
I remember you guys doing that segment.
The finals were Marcus Lattimore versus Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Oh, that's good.
Marcus versus Shoeless Joe.
I bet Marcus won. Had to have, right? Gamecock country.
I don't have a graphic for the winner.
But those were the two finals.
Those were two
good finals.
Lattimore versus Shoeless Joe.
That's pretty stout, right?
I think. God, that's tough. Does anybody remember? Do any of you Tolos remember who won that thing?
Madcraft says that's pretty solid, man. Right on. Shoeless Joe ? I think
Shoeless Joe won the thing.
Really?
Yeah, that's hard to remember because it's been basically a year.
Has it been that long?
Without spending 5 minutes on the Facebook page, scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to a year ago.
That's y'all's job, the Tolos.
Yeah, you Tolos remember? Oh no, it's literally staring me in the face. I have a big old winner written across Marcus Lattimore. Marcus Lattimore won.
Did he? I like it.
And they were both 1 seeds. They were both 1 seeds in this thing.
That's a very good, good finals right there.
So our Elite 8 were Lattimore versus Jim Rice, Kevin Garnett versus David Pearson, Shoeless Joe versus DeAndre Hopkins, and Betsy Rawls versus Debo Samuel.
That's a good one, man.
Final 4 was Marcus Lattimore versus David Pearson. Lattimore advanced, ultimately won. Shoeless Joe versus Debo Samuel. Gamecock fans came out in a big way. In a big way.
I like that. So, Tolos, let us know on the text line, 71307. Would you rather see, because Diesel's right, like the best burger, best barbecue, that's kind of the same genre. Let's ask this question, Diesel. Of the 3 right here that I just highlighted, favorite destination, favorite downtown area, or favorite homegrown mom and pop restaurant, not a chain? Of those are 3 solid ones, right?
I think those are all really good.
So can we go?
My fear, and you Tolos, tell me if you feel the same way about this. My fear with anything food-based is that no one is going to drive 40, 50 miles across the upstate to go try a restaurant in another town so that they could have a
vote.
A real vote, like an informed opinion. People are just going to vote for the one in their town that they've been to.
No, I think you're right. People won't drive that far. I think the only way it would work is if the restaurant, who already had a good standing customer base, like said, okay, hey, if it were Ike's versus whoever, if they said, hey, who has the better customer base almost, right? Like who's more loyal, Ike's or X? X versus X. No, I don't think many people will drive that far.
Which is kind of what we already did in Upstate's favorite restaurants.
Sure.
Because Ike's, a lot of these, if we're going best burger, a lot of those burger joints were already in it. Some of the barbecue joints were already in it.
Alex Guest of the Saturday Scramble, co-host of mine, found it, went back on Facebook, screenshot, or Twitter, excuse me, Diesel.
God, internet sleuths, man. They blow me away.
Lattimore won by a hair, 51% to Shoeless Joe Jackson, 49%.
That's how you know you got a good poll right
That's a good poll.
That's how, people love like dominant polls where somebody wins with like 80% of the vote. But man, when you get down to that 51-49 range, that's how you know you got a good one.
So Madcraft says sports documentaries would be cool. What about these four right there? Since there's no really like food related, there could be, right? If you want to make it that way. I mean, best mom and pops, I think is phenomenal because it allows us to be local. But you're right on the burger and barbecue. Those four, and for the audience out there that can't look at mine on your prep sheet, we have favorite destination in the upstate, which I like a lot. And you said, Diesel, that could be anything, right? That could be restaurant or venue, right?
That could be a restaurant. That could be a venue. That could be a mountain that you go hiking at a lot. That could be a downtown spot. I mean, that one's pretty wide open that I think could encompass everything. And if we wanted to bracket it out and say, okay, here's our restaurants, destination restaurants, right? And then we have destination natural resources. And then we've got destination downtown areas. And then a wild card category, however we wanted to do it. I think that one is the most open to interpretation and doesn't limit us down to the point where it's just mom and pop restaurants. This is hard to find a lot of mom and pop joints that are surviving and thriving these days,
Sadly.
And a mom and pop restaurant can be a destination.
Can be. So what about those four? Could we make a poll of those four?
I think we should, yeah.
So if we made a poll of favorite destination, favorite mom and pop, not a chain, favorite best downtown area, and then the last one is favorite sports documentaries. You good with sports documentaries? How would that work? I mean, there's a lot of good ones. Let's try to think out loud here. Favorite sports documentaries. I mean, I know that'd be cool. I guess it'd have to be completely up to the Tolos to vote. You and I obviously could pull excerpts from them, right?
We could do that. And then it would be, we're kind of giving people a lot of homework to do to say, hey, go watch this documentary versus that documentary. Are they going to do it? Maybe they will. Maybe they won't.
Maybe you've watched some.
How can we argue the nuance of why Pony Excess was better than the Jordan doc? Something like that. I mean, that's tough to say. It was just to say, well, I like football, so I voted for Pony Excess.
On the fourth one that Diesel and I have, which is the favorite sports documentaries, between now and the end of the break, or between now and the end of the segment, which is very soon, or I'll tell you this, between now and the end of the show, let's just do this. Between now and the end of the show, if you can send in a better one that Diesel and I both agree is better, we're not opposed to subbing it out, right? We're not opposed to subbing out sports documentaries, but if you can send us a better category that we could do here locally within the next, 30 minutes to an hour, send it our way. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. We've got a good grip on 4. We think will be probably the final 4. If you have one better, we're not opposed to hearing it, though. Texter says, we all have kids now. Best ice cream shop. God, you want us to get fat and happy, right? 4-3-2. I love ice cream though. 4-3.
Yeah, but how are we going to eliminate all the chains? Somebody's going to say, "Well, I really like Marble Slab Creamery on Woodruff Road. That one's really good." I haven't
been there in forever, but I do love Marble Slab, right?
Yeah, and maybe this is blasphemy. Tell me if I'm wrong. It's fine. I'm going to be real and say most places vanilla ice cream tastes exactly the same.
No, it does.
Most places chocolate ice cream tastes exactly the same.
Yeah.
And then we're debating the nuance of, well, this restaurant puts 3 Oreos in your mixer, and this one puts 2 Oreos in your mixer. So clearly the one with 3 is better. I mean, that's tough, man.
It is tough.
Everybody loves ice cream, but I don't know that everybody goes out. Yeah, God, I do too. The truth is, all of them are great. There's no such thing. There is not a single thing in this world known as bad ice cream. Doesn't exist.
You like butter pecan ice cream?
Oh, God, yeah.
It's the best.
Oh, God.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. All right. Continue to get those in 71307 before we get hungry or hangry, rather.
Yeah. When we come back, Cole, we'll take a look around the sports world, see what's happening, a whip around and what we call our daily wires. That's next here on the Fan Upstate. Taking a look around the sports landscape each and every day, we bring you a segment called Our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening around the sports world. In case you haven't been paying attention, we get it to you quickly. American Ashkay Bhatia choked on the 18th and three-putted to lose the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit. I don't know if you were watching this, Cole. It was just brutal to watch. He held a tie with Cameron Davis going into the 18th. They've been tied right there for the lead for a long period of time. It's like, who's going to do it, right? Is Cameron Davis going to be able to birdie late and take the lead? Is Bhatia going to be able to birdie? And he was playing in the group behind Davis. Is he going to be able to birdie and just win this thing? But no.
There's 2 weeks or 2 tournaments in a row now.
Yeah.
He's been right in the hunt at the very end.
Cameron?
Akshay Bhatia,
yeah.
2 weeks in a row.
He put his second shot in the left bunker, just shy of the green, set himself up for a long birdie to win, a par to tie to force a playoff, but he bogeyed and he lost. That was his first 3-putt of the entire tournament.
I've never heard of Cameron Davis.
And he does it on the 18th in the final hole.
Not good.
Brutal.
Not good.
Joey Logano took the win at Nashville Super Speedway, and he got his first win of the season.
Incredible race yesterday. I actually watched it, believe it or not, and we'll get into it later in the show, Diesel. But it was phenomenal. The ending, the overtime, the fuel strategy, plus the pressure of getting your first win. Probably, in my opinion, one of the best races, if not the best, yesterday.
Let's see. The Atlanta Braves are off today. Thank God, because they have sucked it up over the past 7 games. They did take 2 of 3 from the Pirates over the weekend, 46-36 on the season, 8 games back in the NL East. You would have expected them to beat the White Sox. That would have been, I think, Thursday. But losing a 1-0 game to one of the worst teams in baseball, man, it's just symptomatic, emblematic of what's gone wrong with this season. They take 2 out of 3 against the league leading Yankees, and then they lose to one of the worst teams in the league, the White Sox. Just make it make sense. Chris Paul signed a 1-year deal with the San Antonio Spurs. He just turned 39 years old. So, hey, there's proof that you old dudes can still do it, right?
He's old. He's up there. This might be his last year.
Really?
This might be it.
Paul George has agreed to a 4-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. Your thoughts on the Paul George trade?
You know what? 76ers, if they're going to get a title, maybe Paul George helps them to a franchise and a player who have both just failed to get it done. I like Paul George a lot, but I don't know that this is a good fit.
I would love to see Joel Embiid get one. I mean, he's still a relatively young player, but he's a big dude, and big dudes take a lot of punishment on their joints and their backs, and they don't stay in the league for a long time. I mean, I got to think either Joel and the 76ers, they got to make a deep playoff run this year, or depending on when his deal is up, he may be looking for a move as well. Staying in the association, Klay Thompson, this broke earlier today, signed a 3-year, $50 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks. They are certainly trying to make a push for the NBA Finals again. They weren't even a particularly great team this year, but they made it as far as they did.
I think they were
with a 2-star guy. Yeah.
I think they finished 7th.
A 2-star team making it as far as they did. That's phenomenal. But they certainly needed some help. And if they fancy themselves a team that's going to make a deep run again next year, this is what they absolutely needed to do. This is wild, Cole. Just after winning another title, the majority ownership group of the Boston Celtics is selling their stake in the team. They bought the team in 2002 for $360 million. Which sounds like a ton of money, but when you look at the fact that the Suns, the Mavericks, and the Bucks have all sold for north of $3.5 billion over the past couple of years, I see why they're gonna make the move. I mean, think about it. You buy it for $360, you sell it for $3.6 billion. You can multiply your money by 10.
Pretty good ROI,
and make out with a ton of cash.
Pretty good return there, Boston.
Real smart. Let's go back to our poll question. We have a poll up on Twitter. that we have whittled our summer bracket down to 4 options: favorite destination in the upstate, favorite homegrown mom and pop spot, favorite or best downtown, or favorite sports documentaries. It's still a young poll. Jump over there to the Fan Upstate on Twitter and give us a vote.
And by the way, there are only 3 MLB games today. Only 3 games in the major leagues today. Astros, Blue Jays, Mets, Nationals, and tonight, Brewers, Rockies. Houston does lead Toronto 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Little summertime baseball update for you. Coming up next, Diesel, you know what time it is. It's 5 o'clock. That means it's time to fight it out next. Diesel, do you remember last week, or maybe it was the week before last, when you asked the question, we were talking about sports gambling, and you said, do you think sports gambling or you asked if sports gambling had kind of twisted the way that I watch and consume sports? Well, I'm watching Houston and Toronto right now. You tell me. What other reason would I be watching Houston and Toronto? I mean, seriously, do I like baseball? Sure. I love the Braves. I love watching the Braves, but I'm watching Houston and Toronto on the little ESPN app, and there's a reason I'm watching. I'm not watching it just because I want to see who's winning the Houston-Toronto game. So, yeah, to answer your question, it definitely has skewed the way.
So, like, if you don't care about the game, why not just place your bet and then after the game is over, go see if you won money or not?
You can't. Oh, it's about the constant wave, right? The up and downs.
Yeah, that sounds like it would put me on edge.
It does.
I wouldn't like. Look, this people in this country are already on edge enough. We don't need more things to piss us off, right?
Well, right now it's going good. Right now it's going good. So
I'll ask you again in 20 minutes.
Exactly. All right, it's time for the best segment in local radio, the most interacted with segment in local radio, at least we think.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
It's time for Diesel and I to put them up, to disagree, to fight it out, as we do each and every day at 5 o'clock. If this is your first time tuning in, maybe you're watching on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube today, or we're live there every single day. It's the 5 o'clock fight. 3 rounds. Diesel and I disagree. You, the Tolo, decide who wins and who loses. Text the show, 71307. Let us know who wins each round. Also on the stream, get your thoughts in there. And if your call is good enough, if your opinion is strong enough, the phone lines are open as well. Carolina, or the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, that's 844-326-3663. It's time for... All right, Diesel, this one's a good one. This one was, this happened last night at my house, and I had to bring it to the table. Do you actually wait for the oven to preheat, or do you just throw the food in there as soon as you turn the oven on?
Oh, here's the thing, man. I don't cook very often.
Yep.
I get home late. My wife's home 3 hours before I am. And so she ends up having something already in mind before I get home.
That's good.
More often than not. So I genuinely don't know what I'm doing when it comes to cooking. I am a slave to the instructions on the box or on the recipe, whatever it may be. I have to follow the instructions to a T. Like, she'll say things to me like, oh, just, cook with your heart. It's okay. Just add a little of this, a little of that. I'm like, no, I can't. If it tells me to add this much, I'm going to add exactly that much
by the
into
book
it.
guy, right?
By the books. And it's the same with using the oven. Like, I feel like, oh crap, if I put this thing into a cold oven and it has to be in there for another 5-10 minutes to preheat, then that's 10 minutes. It's getting more heat than it's supposed to get. And so it's going to come out overcooked. I can't do it, man. It stresses me out.
I am the world's worst. I open the oven, I put the food in, and then I turn the oven on. If it says bake at 400 for, 20 minutes, it's going to bake at 400 for 20 minutes. However, it might have an extra 10 to 15 minutes as well. Madcraft, what do you say?
Says Cole literally lives like a frat bro.
How is that? Madcraft, do you literally, what's the point in waiting for it to preheat? And what are you doing? It's going to get hot. The food's going to warm up as the oven gets hot. Just put it in the oven. Preheating is overrated, man. 71307, let us know who wins round 1. I say preheating's overrated. Diesel says he's by the book kind of guy. It's time for Diesel. Let's go back to segment number 1 of the day. Will another disappointing year for Clemson, in your mind, actually change the way Dabo Sweeney views the portal?
No, Dabo is not, will not, cannot change. Dabo is a prideful man, I think. He is very, very much set in his ways, and it's his way or the highway. He's going to win or he's going to take this whole thing down with him, right?
Ship.
Yeah, he's going to take this ship down with him, and being down may look like finishing around 18th, 19th, 20th in the country.
Yeah.
But he'll say, at least I did it my way. At least I didn't have to disappoint a kid and send him packing to another school.
Had a great graduation.
Dabo's never going to change.
This one's tough. This one's tough because I have to convince you otherwise. I agree with you slightly. However, where I'll disagree is at some point, I would think, Diesel, that at some point, if you continue to slip, it may be 9 wins last year. What if it's 8 this year? What if it's 7 2 years from now, right? At some point, things become a trend. And if Dabo continues to have another disappointing season, I think something has to give. The people, well, nobody leaves. Well, Dabo, maybe you need to start kicking some people in the rear and making them leave.
Yeah, assuming retirement is not an option here, going somewhere else, taking his ball and going somewhere else is not an option.
I'll go somewhere else if you don't
never
like
change
me. That's what he said. Remember that?
Yeah.
On the Tyler phone call. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go somewhere
God
where they
bless Tyler.
appreciate.
Wherever he is, whoever he is, you are a fine, fine citizen of the upstate.
And you're part of the problem.
Tyler. That's my favorite line of the whole call. The Tyler, the attitude, the Dabo with the attitude. Tyler.
The conversation that we had with Don Munson a few days after that, the way Don describes it, he goes, "Yep, I saw him. He was ramping up. Dabo was getting mad." He goes, "You know what I did?" He goes, "I just leaned back in my chair and let it happen."
What do you do,
Tyler?
I mean, what do you do?
Tyler.
That may never
Tyler.
get old. I mean, seriously.
I mean, Tyler essentially pulled a, who do you think you are? And why are we paying you this much money if you're not winning titles?
I can tell you one thing. Tommy Bowden didn't make $500 million. That was the best, man. We're going to have to bring that back. We're going to have to bring Tyler. You know what? The only thing, not to get on a tangent here, the only thing that disappointed me is about the whole situation.
Tyler, I'm listening to enough for you.
The only thing that disappointed me, Diesel, is Tyler didn't continue this stick.
He had his narrative.
He just pushed it, and I've never heard from Tyler since. Have you? I mean, have we heard anything from Tyler?
He never called into this show.
No, that's what I'm saying. He should have continued, man. He should have continued to push it. I mean, push the narrative.
Tyler.
Come on, man.
Tyler.
All right. It's time for round number 3.
Tyler.
Final round. Fight.
Tyler.
All right, Tyler, it's time for round number 3. I like this one. You put this one on the rundown. This is this one's stubborn Cole at his finest. Do you always, Diesel, go the way the GPS tells you to do so, or do you go your own way? I like this one.
Funnily enough, the way I always follow the instructions with the oven, I never follow the instructions with the GPS. Like, my GPS tries to take me weird ways to the radio station every single day. I start in the same place. I end in the same place, but I go my own way. And I never really problem is it doesn't tell you why it's trying to send you a different way. It just says, hey, take a left here. Why? I've gone this way every day for the last 10 years. Why the hell would I take a left here and go the other way? Well, it won't tell you why, but I'm stubborn anyway. And you know what? I may end up in traffic because there's an accident or there's a train crossing the tracks or whatever, but I never do what the GPS tells me to.
You know what? At one time, I was you, Diesel. I was you. I was that guy. I always went my own way. I always just said, you know what? I like going this way better. However, you know what I am? I'm very impatient. I'm a very impatient person. And the worst thing like the other day, I was coming here. No, I'll take that back. I was leaving here headed toward Bowling Springs, right? I usually get off or get on the Woodruff, go to 85 and get on 85, right? Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? There was a right there. Well, guess what Cole didn't do? He didn't turn his GPS on like I normally do. 95% of the time, I'm very good about, before I even leave the parking lot, turning the GPS on, even though I know how to get home, because if there's a wreck, I can go down Garlington, hit Pelham, and avoid it, right? 95% of the time, I'm that guy. You have to
trust it.
I have to trust. I'm too impatient not to, man.
Maybe it's because I grew up in like when GPSs were still brand new, and so they were wrong a lot.
Maybe so.
And I very much mistrust GPSs.
Did you have the Garmin on the Jeep?
I didn't have a
car?
Garmin. I had like a off-brand Garmin. I think I had a Motorola GPS. I had what you stuck it to the windshield. It had a cigarette lighter that powered the thing. But it was wrong a lot, right? So, it would take you down weird roads for no reason. I remember one time, Cole, I was coming down 85 from North Carolina back here, and it had me get off the highway for some reason and take the frontage road that just parallels 85.
Yeah, I've done
slower for miles. And there was nothing on the road. Not a thing. No reason whatsoever to slow down. And there's been times where it's taken me like way out into BFE for no reason. Like, if it's going to reroute you, tell me why. Tell me why.
God, we thought the same thing.
Tell me why. There's that commercial that's doing it, man. We hear that commercial all the time.
Yes.
But I don't trust GPSs. I don't understand why it's taking me a weird direction, so I don't do it, even though I probably should.
You know what? I just have been burned too many times. So before I even get out of the parking lot, 95% of the time I'm a GPS kind of guy. So let us know who wins. To recap,
Fair.
Round one, do you actually wait for the oven to preheat, or do you just throw the food in there? Diesel lets it preheat. I just put the food in before I even turn the oven on. What happens, right? You live with the consequences. Round two, you're going back to the first segment of the show today. Will another disappointing year for Clemson actually change the way Dabo views the portal? Diesel says, nope. I say, it has to, right? It has to. Round three, do you always use your GPS, or do you just go your own way, rather? Diesel says he goes his own way. I use the GPS. All right, if you want to suggest a 5 o'clock fight topic, you can do so. Here's how.
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to Diesel at thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
All right, that is the 5 o'clock fight, Diesel. Hopefully, Cole gets the win today. You taking the stream or the text line?
I'll take the stream. Those of you Tolos who are watching on the stream, get your votes in right now. It helps if you put them all in one message rather than breaking them apart. But some of you are still learning that system. Let's see. Madcraft says Diesel wins round one. Cole wins round two. He thinks, though, Clemson will be successful this year doing it Dabo's way. He says Diesel wins round three. New construction and parking lots aren't updated fast enough. So, yeah, he's going with me on round three. Matt, I remember having I had a 2008 Charger for a while, and it had GPS, like the old school GPS in the dash. It was awesome. But to get it updated, you had to go once a year and spend $80 on a new disc or whatever that you'd pop in, and it would reprogram all the maps. It sucked. It sucked. I remember asking the guy at the Dodge dealership, like, why would I pay for this? I've got it on my phone and it updates automatically every single day.
Yeah.
He goes, well, ours is $80. Like, why the hell would I want that?
You put it in.
You're already behind the times. The moment I drive off the lot, like, why can't I just borrow it from you and update the maps? Why do I got to do this $80 a year thing? That's crap. Let's see here. Bland says, get out the brooms because I think Diesel sweeps today.
Bland, come on, man.
Yeah. And Gordon Rogers. Gordon, your third one got a little garbled here. Don't know what you're saying. He says Diesel
Is that
2.
Morse code?
Oh, Diesel wins 2. Cole wins 1. 2-1.
Looks like a cart number behind
/ U0026 space 3. Are you trying to send us images? I'm not sure what you're trying to do here, Bland or Gordon. But hey, I appreciate the win regardless. Thank you much.
I get smoked on the stream today.
You did.
I mean, come on.
I mean, Bland's got me with the sweep. Madcraft's got me with the win. Gordon has me with the win. Chuck Johnson says Diesel for the sweep. Yeah. You haven't won a single one on the stream today.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That is rough. I'm streamers.
You're not good at this.
Not
arguing things.
I'm not happy, Chuck, with you guys on the stream. I mean, come on. On the text line, let's see. Texter,
I would say, why don't you fight about it, but you lose that too.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Texter from the 491 says, normally I'd go Cole. I'm trying to find the rest of the text. I'm sorry. Clean sweep because you're my guy, kisses. But round 1, Diesel. Round 2, Diesel. Round 3, Cole. I got 1, but not 2. Diesel gets to win there. I appreciate that. Not really, texter. Corn Chip says, I've got to try Cole's method of cooking. I still manage to burn stuff. I follow the directions exactly. I feel you, man. Sometimes even when you follow the directions, it still burns, right? It still burns. Fan Tom would drive you off. What does that mean?
Tom, the old GPSs.
Oh God.
Yeah. There's all
that.
kinds of fun stories about early Apple Maps ending up in the ocean.
Yeah.
Routing you to the ocean.
Man, we're going back with that one.
Yeah.
Corn Chip says Diesel with the sweep. Man, I'm getting smoked so far.
Hammered.
G says Diesel wins 2, Cole wins 1. Blue Devil Reed chimes in and says, I think Diesel wins round 1. Diesel wins round 2. Cole Bryson wins round 3. 2-1. Blue Devil Reed. And then from the 615, sweep for Diesel. I don't think I got a single win today. I think I got swept by everybody. I mean, what is the deal here? What did I do to you? I mean, not a single win. Madcraft says, dang, Cole. Yeah, it's rough over here, Matt. It's really rough. I don't know. I mean, you guys preheat the oven like that all the time? I guess so.
I will tell you this, and this is my life hack that I'm going to put out for the world, okay? This is the best advice that I can give any of you. I'm not I'm not going to have a ton of advice to give my future son. I'm not smart and figuring out a lot of things. But the one thing I have figured out, the absolute never misses best way to reheat pizza. When you're talking about normal pizza, I'm not talking about thin crust pizza because it's different for thin crust pizza, but for normal pizza, you got Domino's, you got Pizza Hut, you got Papa John's sitting in the fridge, right? Couple slices, you throw it on a cookie sheet, put it in the oven cold, turn your oven up to 400 degrees, and then go sit down. Wow. When it beeps at you and tells you that it's preheated, take a second. You don't have to get up right away. But walk in there and take it out of the oven. It's perfect every single. I don't know what it does. It doesn't overheat. It doesn't burn your pizza.
Yeah.
It doesn't dry your pizza out. But it's that bringing it up slowly up to temperature.
And you mean like frozen pizza, right?
No. Just
you're
reheating
leftovers.
Okay, reheating leftovers. It doesn't dry it out too much. 400, you got to think it's only at 100, 200, 300 for the majority of that time. It just got to 400 degrees. Perfect every time.
Bullwinkle says Cole sounded like a Florida Gator fan we all know today. Go Diesel. Bullwinkle's always voted Diesel. He's never voted
That's not true.
me.
Bullwinkle votes for you all the time.
Not one time has he ever voted for me. I'll tell you another pizza hack. You may disagree with this one, but it's a good one, okay? Pizza from to-go pizza places, like the Little Caesars of the world, you go by, you get it on the way home. I like crispy pizza. So I'll tell you what I do. You may call me weird or a frat boy like Madcraft. That's fine.
I hurt your feelings.
No. It's okay. Hey, listen to this. I put the pizza that I just bought in the oven.
Of course. You got to. Yeah, most of them, they don't cook them enough.
I like it crispy.
Yeah, they don't cook enough.
So, okay, I'm glad no pushback there.
Madcraft says bonus points for using parchment paper because it makes it crispy.
So I don't think I have parchment paper.
Well, it's because you're a frat boy.
I'm not bougie like you.
It's because you're a frat boy.
I'm not bougie enough.
Hey, speaking of bougie, we're going to France next. We'll give you an update, some Olympic news. Some of it very here's who qualified. Some of it, we're getting back into the story about all the Parisians duking in the river. That's coming up next. 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg. Everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app, just search for the Fan Upstate. We're 25 days away from the Olympics starting. I know Cole is stoked
Woo!
for international competition because he loves his country so much that he's just ready to watch us go all Rambo, just on the entire world at the Olympics.
Oh boy, I'll watch the basketball. Okay,
Yeah?
I'll
Okay.
watch the basketball.
Some updates again as we are less than a month away from the beginning of the Paris Olympics. The Seine River has failed another fecal matter test.
So you're telling me there's more to the story?
Yeah.
Continue.
So this is a follow up to something we talked about last week or the week before on the show. The Seine River, which is really not much of a river. It's wide. There's a lot of water, but it's not a river. It's more of like a drainage ditch in Paris, which makes it a lot like Eagle Creek through Georgia Southern's campus. It is a drainage ditch. Sucks. It's filthy, but no more about the Eagle Creek. Let's talk about the Seine in Paris. They have been testing and trying to get the contamination and bacteria levels in the Seine River down to an acceptable level to compete in a couple of events during the Paris Games. There's not a ton of open water events in the Olympics, but they planned on using the Seine for those things. Portion of the triathlon, a mixed team relay race, and the 10,000 meter swim. But it's not going well. The whole cleanup thing not going well.
But they spent billions of dollars, Diesel.
Yeah, $1.5 billion were spent by the Parisian government, by the French government to try to clean up the river to make it less sewagey. But unfortunately, it's not working. It's not working. And the reason why it's sewagey is because people's sewage pipes go into the Seine River. That's what it's been used for a couple of hundred years, right? When it rains really heavy, which it has been doing in Paris over the past couple of weeks and months, the sewage pipes back up. They can't keep up with the high levels of rain, and then it just flows back into the river, which creates pollution, which allows bacteria to fester. Not to mention all the these are their words, the other sediment-related bacteria that flows down from northern France, which is the poo that we've been talking about. There's a group that organized a protest for the $1.5 billion that were spent to try to get this river cleaned up. And so what do? They literally pooped on it. They pooped in the river, and they wanted to make sure it got down to Paris at exactly the right time. You were asking me last week, Cole, why is it such a big deal? Why can't you swim in the water? Well, number one, it's filled with E. coli, which is not necessarily by itself a bad thing. It's not a pathogen by itself, but it can indicate other dangerous pathogens, which could cause rashes, gastrointestinal issues, other diseases, even death. You don't want Olympic athletes dying because they're swimming in this filthy ass water.
Definitely won't be able to win.
Yeah.
If they're all dead because they swam in the river.
Imagine jumping in the river, totally healthy, and you come out and you just got boils all over your body. You got a piece of poo stuck to your arm. Well, they're hoping, Cole, that by the way, the old E. coli levels the last time they checked, which was June 23rd, 10 times over the acceptable level, whatever that is. I mean, you would think any is unacceptable, but it's really dirty. They're confident that everything can continue as planned, and they are hopeful that the summer heat will help deteriorate the bacteria levels. And wash your damn hands. It's filthy. It's gross. It's gross. Now, I had a lot of fun with this. I had a lot of fun with this last week. I was like, you know what? I love the Parisians. I love the French for doing this protest. But now that I'm thinking about it, Cole, the whole point of the protest was they were mad that the government was spending $1.5 billion to clean up this water.
Yeah.
So what do? They poo on it, and they prove that the water is filthy and they watch their government waste the money that they could be spending to improve the water conditions, which could mean updating the piping, diverting the pipes, closing off the pipes and the passages that are allowing the nastiness to flow into the river. And they could be opening up a waterway, Cole, that they have not been allowed to swim in for 100 years.
What's going to change between, you just said, oh, they feel like everything's going to still be okay. What's going to change between now and then? Is it all of a sudden just magically going to clean itself up?
Well, I'm sure they're dumping chemicals in it. Part of it, I'm sure, is involved with getting the pipes up to structure, getting, being able to make sure that everything flows the correct direction instead of backing up into this Seine River, this drainage ditch. Yeah, they're trying.
That just makes me want to just.
And then the French people just crap all over it. Literally. They're crapping all over it. So in a way, I think it's hysterical. In a way, I'm like, vive la France, you do you. But at the same time, I'm like, you're just proving the point that French people are filthy. French people are dirty. French people are rude and crude and brash. We asked Stone Man the other day, you were in the room. I asked Stone Man, like, what do you think? Because he's British. What do you think about the French? He says, filthy, dirty, disgusting people.
I just want to know what's going to happen if the river doesn't go as planned.
Cancel the events, I guess.
I mean, seriously, do you have a lazy river at a nearby Holiday Inn? I mean, it's Paris, right?
You would think you got to swim 400 laps.
Well, somebody
around the lazy river.
I've never been to Paris, but somebody that's been to Paris, aren't there nice hotels in Paris? You would think. I mean, maybe they go to the Holiday Inn for one event, and then they go to the the Motel 6 for the next event. I mean, I don't know where they go after that, but geez, man. I mean, can you imagine something as historical as that?
Could you imagine trying to swim 10,000 meters in a Holiday Inn swimming pool?
Well,
you got to dodge the little kid in his water wings.
Would you rather dodge the little kid or dodge the turd in the Seine River? I mean, really?
Yeah, it's gross.
That's gross.
It's gross. Some more updates on the American side leading up to the games in gymnastics. Simone Biles, Suni Lee, Jordan Childs, Jade Carey, and Hesley Rivera have made the U.S. women's gymnastics teams and are heading to Paris. 4 of them made the Tokyo Games team. So if you watched the Olympics in 2020, guess what? We're sending the same team, basically.
The only athlete, Diesel, that I would like to see swim in the Seine River is Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers had to do it, I'd say, hey, save the money. Put the funds somewhere else.
He's all about the controversial opinion, right? So where's Aaron saying, you know what? This is the way that it's supposed to be. This is just natural. Yes, I'm all about natural things. If it comes from the earth, then it can't be bad for you. I'll dive right in. Please, Aaron Rodgers, please do.
Gross.
On the track and field side, this one's kind of cool. A 16-year-old named Quincy Wilson from Maryland made the 4x400 relay team. He's the youngest American ever to make the Olympic track and field team. Awesome job for him. He ran a 44.59 time on Saturday.
Is that good?
In the 400 meter, in the under 18 400 meter. That's the 400 meter national record for under 18.
So yeah, it's good.
He ran a lap around a track in 45 seconds. Think about that. I can't even run the straightaway in 45 seconds.
One lap.
A lap.
In 45.
Yeah.
Man, I remember growing up, you used to do 4 laps is 1 mile around the track.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd take me 9 minutes to run 10 minutes to run a lap.
You had a 10-minute mile?
10-minute mile, yeah.
That's impressive.
10 minutes is
impressive. Yeah, you're a short guy. You don't have the longest legs.
I don't know if 10 minutes is impressive for a mile. It's
not bad. It's not bad for...
I thought it was pretty bad.
For you?
For me, fat, short guy. Not bad.
Let's see on the swimming side. Katie Ledecky will represent the United States again in the Olympics. She is a 10-time Olympic medalist. She won all 4 of her events in the Olympic trials in Indianapolis over the weekend, the 200 freestyle, 400 free, 800 free, and 1,500 freestyle, which she won by 19 seconds. She had time to hit the wall, get a cup of coffee, listen to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, and then the next swimmer finish the race. It's just absurd
on a Monday.
It's absurd how good she is, how fast she is. She's going to compete. The crazy thing is, Cole, she's not actually going to compete in the 1500 solo freestyle, but she will be in the relay. Let's see here. Cole, I know again that you're not super stoked on the Olympics. We're going to talk about it because America, right? If America's winning this thing, we're going to gloat like crazy.
Like we deserve part of the award, right? Listen,
right. Well, we gave moral support, right?
I'll watch those guys. I mean, the Steve Kerr team, I have interest there. Now,
I'm all about, if you watch the Olympics, if you provide moral support, then you're doing your duty as an American. You get to gloat.
A texter from the 432 says, same thing happened in Brazil. They dumped a magical amount of chemicals in, but there were multiple athletes that backed out and said, no.
Getting chemical burns on your arms just trying to jump in into a river?
Chemical burns or bleep stains?
Ugh. Neither are good.
I think I take the chemical burn.
If I'm a pro athlete, look, the Olympics are a big deal because it only happens once every 4 years.
Sure.
But you don't have to compete. It's not the only event in international competition for whatever it is you're competing in. But you don't have to do it. And I think that would set a huge precedent and would send a fantastic message to the IOC. I mean, like, quit putting these Olympics in places that don't take their water quality seriously, right?
No, I agree with that.
Quit putting it in places. I mean, like, I wouldn't think that, you would consider, Paris and France to be a third world country, but I guess it is.
A turd world or a third
world?
I like that. Turd world. That is, you know what? That's a slight, but it's the reality though.
Now, the reason why we should care about this, Cole, is we kicked ass in 2020. We smoked the next best country, which was China, in 2020. So we won the golds, we won silvers, and we won bronze, the most of each. We beat China by 24 medals overall. So suck it, China.
Yeah. 24 medals. That's impressive. I didn't realize it was that big of a landslide.
Send a weather balloon my way. I dare you. We'll kick your ass again.
Chinese spy balloon.
Yep.
Diesel says he ain't falling for
I ain't scared. I ain't scared. My phone's made in Japan. I'm good.
Yeah, that's right. Close, but not so good. All right. Next, in the very next segment, we were supposed to talk Braves, but you know what? We talked enough Braves today. I mean, Diesel made me depressed earlier about the Braves.
Madcraft is dunking on you.
What did he say? What did he say, Mad? Come on, Madcraft. Bring it, baby.
Madcraft says, Cole, thanks for participating in this topic since you hate America and whatever.
I mean, I don't like the Olympics. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and tell the audience, tell the upstate of South Carolina, I love the Olympics, man. You all should watch it because I'm going to watch it. I'll watch Steve Kerr's team. I'll watch the basketball. That's about it. Speaking of basketball, NBA free agency just opened. A little NBA free agency tracker update. Our thoughts, your thoughts next. Well, free agency in the NBA is underway. Before we get to that, I want to get a text in from Kevin. Kevin says, "Hey, Madcraft, what do you mean? Since he's a Cowboys fan, he must love America." I don't know where you guys are getting this America hate just because I don't watch the Olympics. I mean, wouldn't you rather me tell you that than lie to you and
So
tell
what
you
you're
I'm
saying
excited?
is you don't want to watch America go out and dominate every other country in the world?
If it's the only thing that's on, sure, sign me up. I'm all roses. I can't wait, right? I'm so excited. I'm like, I'm awake, Diesel.
Olympics or a random Angels Mariners game?
Olympics.
Olympics or a rerun of Modern Marvels on the Discovery Channel?
Olympics. 100%.
Olympics or
Don't ask me anything
The
outdoors wise.
View?
The View? You think I watch The View?
So what you're saying is you prefer the Olympics to a lot of things.
Well, sure. If you throw in The View. I mean, you want the Ellen show next?
Olympics or
Ellen
a
DeGeneres?
20-year-old rerun of Bill Dance Fishing?
Bill Dance.
Really?
Bill Dance
Come
bloopers.
on.
Bill Dance bloopers.
That's true. I probably would watch that too because Bill Dance bloopers are fantastic.
They're the best. If you know what Bill Dance bloopers are and you're in the audience,
If he's not falling out of the boat in that episode, I'm not watching.
oh, I'm telling you, people are thinking right now, who's Bill Dance and what is the Bill Dance
If
blooper?
you don't know who Bill Dance is, welcome. You're one of the 35,000 new people who have moved to the upstate in the last year.
Have you ever seen the one where he grabs the battery and intends on putting it in the boat, but the boat floats up and he goes in the water? It's the best, man. It's the absolute best. How did we get on? Who would have thought Bill Dance would have made an appearance on Wire to Wire?
I'm just trying to point out the fact, Cole, that you would rather watch the Olympics than a lot of things.
That's true. You're right.
So I
You're
don't
right.
think you hate it as much as you think you do.
Well, I'd rather watch it than The View and Ellen, and Ellen's not on TV anymore. And As the World Turns, I mean, I would rather watch it than a lot of things. You're right. Free agency in the NBA has begun, Diesel, and a lot of moves already. Nicholas Batum agreed to a deal with the Clippers. We saw, you said it earlier in the day, I believe it was the Daily Wires, where Paul George was headed to the big city of Philadelphia. Paul George becoming a 76er. Free agent Klay Thompson plans to join the Dallas Mavericks on a 3-year, $50 million contract.
Apparently, he was offered a lot more to go to the Lakers, and he turned it down.
Really?
Yeah.
There's no way. How do you turn down money? I mean,
Well, you're already rich.
well, I guess so.
Maybe he hates LeBron.
I don't know why anybody would do that. Boston guard Derek White, Diesel, big part of their championship, has agreed on a 4-year, $125 million contract extension. This is huge for Boston, keeping Derek White, who's a big, big role player for those guys, keeping him as a Celtic. Drew Eubanks signing a $10 million deal with the Jazz, a few other, Tobias Harris, 2-year deal with the Detroit Pistons. Oklahoma City has agreed to keep Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe around. Tyrese Maxey, new extension in Philadelphia. And then I think the one that's kind of mind-boggling, Chris Paul signing a 1-year deal with the Spurs. Diesel Spurs, not a good team. Maybe Victor Wembanyama can have a guy like Chris Paul to, learn from. Victor's still a very young player, and I believe he was drafted before he was 21. But you know what? It's interesting. Maybe this is it for Chris Paul. Maybe he retires with Pop and Victor and goes out in San Antonio. But
Is Chris Paul, you may know the answer to this off the top of your head. Has Chris Paul played for the most number of teams in his career in like modern history?
more than anybody else.
Because he's played for the Suns, the Thunder, the Rockets, the Clippers, the Hornets, the Warriors, and now the Spurs. He's played for 7. He will have played for 7 teams.
It's a great question. I think he's probably up there. Let me just think off the top of my head. 7 teams?
7.
I can't think of anybody that's played for 7.
I don't know who this person is. Maybe you do. Do you know who Ishmael Larry Smith is?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
He played for the most number of teams in NBA history, playing for 13 different teams over 14 years. He played for Rockets, Grizzlies, Warriors, Magic, Bucks, Suns, Thunder, 76ers, Pelicans, Pistons, Wizards, and Nuggets.
Jeez, it'd have been easier to say who you didn't play for, right?
Right.
So Chris Paul playing for 7, that's a great question.
Not so bad.
That's a lot, man. 7 teams. Is that a good thing? Like if you're an NBA player and you retire and your legacy is, hey, I'm Chris Paul, one of the best ball handlers ever, right? One of the best, just pure magicians with the ball smooth, great scorer in his prime. He was really good. Never won a championship and played for 7 teams. If you say those two things, never won a championship and played for 7 teams, is that a bad look?
It is a bad look because who keeps signing him? Teams that think they're one piece away from winning a championship. They bring in Chris Paul. And Chris Paul, remember with Chris Paul with the Suns, they were really good. They were really good for a couple of years. And then it just didn't happen for him, right? Just didn't win one.
He'll go down as one of the best players in recent time without a championship. I mean, really, Steph got one, KD got one, Giannis got one, Embiid, TBD, right? He'll go down as one of the best ever to not win one, unless, San Antonio ain't winning one. Unless he goes somewhere else next year. But he's going to be 40 next year. I mean, I don't know how much basketball Chris Paul has left, but maybe for 1 year he can be a mentor to Wemby and
maybe he'll just
positive.
get lucky and end up on a team. I mean, you would think the odds of him bouncing around, he would have hit something by now, right?
That's 7 teams.
That's like letting a bull loose in a china shop and nothing gets broken.
And he played for the Warriors and the Suns. And both of them have been really good. That's what's mind-boggling. He's played for good teams, but just not good when he's been there. I mean, it's bad luck for sure.
When we come back, Cole, we had a fantastic conversation earlier in the 4:00 hour with Jake Mastriani of the Locked On Braves podcast, questioning how is it that a team that's 10 games above 500 can just be so damn frustrating to watch. We'll replay that conversation for you next on the Fan Upstate.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flag.
Well, the Celtics are one of the great franchises in sports and now up for sale with ownership planning to sell after purchasing the team more than 20 years ago, and they are coming off the 18th championship in franchise history. The world.
Let's go. From the fields to the courts, and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire.
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
On the Fan Upstate.
Oh, bringing on a Braves guest. Gets us into the point, Cole, of do we have to talk about these Atlanta Braves?
What do you mean they took 2 or 3 over the weekend?
Just when you feel like. And shout out to the Braves for looking real good against the real good Yankees. But since then, Cole, this team has kind of spun their wheels all over again. Lost 2 of 3 to the Cardinals, lost to the putrid White Sox, and then did take 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Pirates. That's no small task, right? Shout out to the Braves for being able to achieve that. But we bring on right now Jake Mastriani of the Locked On Braves podcast. And Jake, I listened to your most recent show. I understand that you're very, very frustrated with this team. So I want to start us out on a positive note. How long until we see the Grant Holmes look, which is really the Kenny Powers look, let's be real, all over the city of Atlanta? And if you were dressing up as a pitcher for Halloween, who's getting the Jake Mastriani treatment?
Yeah, it's got to be Grant Holmes. I mean, why not? Especially with Spencer Strider out this year, you don't have the stash anymore. So, yeah, let's start selling some of those nice little headwears there and make some more money so we can go out and get some guys at the deadline because we know the offense needs it.
Jake, you know what's fascinating? You know, the Pirates, an improving team, in my opinion. The Braves got a win against Paul Skeens, and then, you know, that's a positive. But it's fascinating that during the season, in my opinion, every single little hiccup is going to be pointed out just because it's such a tough season already, even though the Braves are still 10 games above 500. Do you think Braves fans are reading too much into every single game, or is it deserved criticism?
I think it's deserved. I mean, we're 2.5 months into this now of this team basically being a 500 baseball team. I mean, they're really that, record that they have right now, it's really carried by the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season. Since that point, it's been a 500 ball club. So we have now had a longer stretch of this Braves team looking like a 500 team than we have seen them be a team that's actually, a 10 games above 500 type of team. What we saw the first 2 or 3 weeks, what we saw all of last year. So it is legitimate concern at this point, and it's going to take more than a good little stretch. You had the good homestand last time. You won the series against the Yankees. You thought maybe this was going to be the beginning of something, but as you pointed out, as we went into this segment, then you lose a series to the Cardinals. You somehow lose the most winnable game you're ever going to have with Chris Sale going up against the White Sox in a bullpen game, and you can't manage to score a single run. And then you have the series over the weekend against the Pirates. You won it. Great. You scored 4 runs after Friday night. And I get it. Paul Skeens is good. Weren't expecting to score a ton in that one, but you had chances. And it's because we have had this stretch for so long that if they do fall back even into, a 4 or 5 game stretch like they are now, where we're seeing the offense struggle again, we've seen more of that this year than we have seen it be good. So immediately your mind is going to go to, okay, they're back into that 500 type of team mentality or look.
Find him on Twitter at shortstopball and at LockedOn_Braves. Jake Mastriani, host of the Locked On Braves podcast, joining us here on Wire to Wire. The most frustrating thing, Jake, is we've seen this team break out. Even in the past 2 weeks, they had a 10-hit game versus the Pirates. They had a 9-hit game versus the Cardinals, a 14-hit game against the Yankees, and then they just fall off for the other 2 games in the series. You said it there. A big part of it is opposing pitching, being good. But in your conversations, as you live this life and you're around baseball every single day, how do players explain, quote unquote, seeing the ball well in one game, but not the next?
I think it all comes down to game planning, and it's something that the Braves did better than anybody last year. Every hitter went up there. They had an idea of what they were going to get, and they set on it, and they were able to take advantage of that. And look, pitching is up, offense is down, whichever way you want to look at it. Things are definitely different this year in Major League Baseball. They're not playing the same. It's not the same landscape as we've had in years past. Something is different. You were seeing pitchers with sub-3 ERAs you never would have thought would have sub-3 ERAs at this point of the year. And you've had a lot of struggling hitters. But I think it all comes down to game planning. And you're just, for me, you're seeing too many at-bats from Braves hitters this year where they look like they don't have a clue up there. They don't have any type of game plan as to what they're going to get. And it's frustrating because, like you said, we've seen it at times, and I still believe that the talent is here for this team and this offense in particular. to break out and be that group. But it's just, again, it goes back to we've now seen a 2.5 month stretch where this offense just struggles to score without the home run ball. And the slug is just not there this year across the league, but even more so for the Atlanta Braves. It's just not there. And taking that away from this offense, it's almost like they're just lost. Okay, how do I execute if that part of my game is not there as much as I'm accustomed to it being there? How do I find other ways to manufacture runs? To me, that eventually comes back to the coaching staff. Okay, we've had this long stretch now. Home runs aren't coming as frequently. How do I find other ways to get the offense going? And we just haven't seen them make that adjustment. And that's hard. I'm not saying that's easy, but we haven't seen them change up that game plan at all.
Jake, what can the coaching staff do when it comes to the bottom of the lineup? Because I hear you and I agree with you, but man, it's the bottom of the lineup that's not carrying their weight. I'm not saying the top of the lineup's just slugging and hitting the cover off the ball, but the bottom 5 or so in the lineup, man, they've just been dreadful.
They have been, and you make a good point. We're looking for this offense to turn things around, and we always talk about as the summer months heat up, this is when the offense usually takes off. And we didn't necessarily get that in July, at least not to the degree that we were, or in June rather. We didn't get that to the degree that we were hoping. But the guys at the top of the order, I mean, Austin Riley had an OPS over 900. Jared Kelenic up there as well. Ozuna, he was still doing his thing. Matt Olson wasn't a great month, but a 746 OPS. I mean, you had the guys at the top really start to make some improvements. But as you mentioned, the guys at the bottom, I mean, Arcia was dreadful. Adam Duvall is dreadful. Travis d'Arnaud hasn't been as good. Sean Murphy's shown some signs here recently, but then you're also playing with, a Forrest Wall, Ramon Laureano, these guys, the JP Martinez trying to fill in that outfield spot with Michael Harris gone now. And it's just the bottom of the order. As you said, the bottom 3 in particular have just been brutal and really holding back any chance of this offense really getting to the point that it could, with the top of the guys starting to come around a little bit. So I think, we're obviously entering July. The trade deadline's coming up at the end of this month, beginning of August. It really just becomes a question now. Do you have those answers internally that you feel like you can put at the bottom of the order, or who are you targeting? And what I talked about on the podcast, what type of player are you targeting? Like I just said a minute ago, home runs aren't coming as frequently this year as we are accustomed to. So do you look for a different type of hitter as somebody down there? Do you look for somebody that's more contact oriented, somebody with a little bit more speed? With Acuna out of this lineup, nobody else really runs. So you've taken away that speed element as well to try to manufacture runs in that way. So I'm curious to see where the Braves go if they continue to look for those types of hitters to fill up the bottom of the order.
Jake, you said it there, pitching up, hitting down. We've seen a lot of warning track power across the league, and I'm looking at splits on teams so far this season compared to 2023. And, the numbers don't lie. Home runs are down almost every single team. Do you believe that there are strange things afoot at the Circle K? Is there a chance that Major League Baseball has done something to the ball? I know they don't confirm these things, but are there rumors about it this year?
I don't know how it can't be happening. Nothing else really explains the fact that baseballs aren't traveling as far. And look, this isn't conspiracy theory. This data is available. It's free on the internet. You can go to Baseball Savant. You can plug in an exit velocity and launch angle, and you can see how far those balls typically travel. And a lot of times this year, you're seeing that they've traveled as few miles or yards, whatever you want to call it, distance-wise, feet. Sorry, that's what I was trying to get to. They're not traveling as far as they were in previous years or have in previous years. So, again, it's hard not to really believe, and I know it's hurting the Braves more than anybody out there, so it just sounds like sour milk when we say it, but the baseballs just aren't traveling as far. And again, that's not conspiracy theory. You can go check all that out on the internet free of charge, and you can see that it's just not happening. And again, when you take that away from a lineup that was built around slug, around hitting home runs, and now that's been somewhat limited, it's gonna impact your offense. And that's why I say, if this is the way it's going, and who knows, they could go back to their regular baseballs anytime. They could change things up. Like you said, baseball's not going to tell us, but then it creates a very awkward, uncomfortable spot for Alex Anthopoulos to say, okay, we have built this lineup to do this thing, one thing, very elite that should lead to a lot of runs. Do we now need to somehow change that up. And I don't know how you do that in the middle of a season, but that's kind of the predicament that they're in right now.
Without a doubt, Jake. Jake Mastriani joining us. Jake, I want to ask you, would you be okay sending Hurston Waldrop, the prospect for the Braves, who has a really bright future, in my opinion, away for a guy like Jack Flaherty?
No. Just because I don't think starting pitching is the biggest need. I would love to have Jack Flaherty, but I'm not going to give up a future piece of my rotation, which is going to be needed after this year. If you're losing Max Fried and you're losing Charlie Morton, I'm not saying I'm completely against trading Hurston Waldrop, because I do think there is some very real reliever risk in that profile, but I wouldn't do it for 2 months of Jack Flaherty. If you said we were good on Waldrop to get a big bat for the outfield, I would be more on board with that. I just think starting pitching is not the biggest priority right now for the Braves as we get towards the trade deadline.
Staying there on the bump there, Spencer Schwellenbach, he's 1-4. He struggled Sunday against the Pirates. They gave up 2 home runs in the 5th there. I know he's young. I know he hasn't spent a ton of time in the league, but any reason for concern, or is that in your mind just sort of part of the process for a young pitcher? You got to get shelled a couple times before you dial it in.
I mean, but is he getting shelled? I know in some of these starts he is, but 5 innings, 4 earned on Sunday. I think you take that out of your 5th starter on most days. I mean, you love obviously that would be a little less, but with his offense the way it is, you just can't give much of anything. Again, they gave up 1 run to the White Sox and lost. So the margin for error is just very thin. I really like Schwellenbach. I think he's going to be a big piece of this rotation going forward. But the kid's learning on the fly at the big league level. I mean, he had fewer than 100 professional innings under his belt coming into this year and gets rushed up to the big leagues. And I think he's held his own at time. I love the stuff that he has. It's a young kid, not necessarily too young. I mean, he's 24, but a guy that's not as experienced, who's trying to gain that experience at the hardest level in all of baseball. So I'm very excited about the future for him, but he's kind of been put in a pretty tough spot. I think for the most part, he's handled it well.
Jake, you mentioned it just a few minutes ago. I don't think we'll ever see a trade deadline move like we saw in 2021 that AA did, but if you could get like a junior 2021, right? Not the full package, just the single patty 2021 trade deadline from Alex Anthopoulos, who would be somebody that you think could be that bat that you were talking about?
So the guy I've been talking about a lot lately, and it's really hard to know who's available because you look at the National League landscape and everybody's hovering around 500. So everybody's in it with all these wild card spots, but Jesse Winker of the National kind of fits that profile that I was talking about earlier as somebody that, gets on base. He takes his walks. He's not necessarily the fastest guy, but he's stolen double-digit bases already this year. And it gives you a little bit somebody who can do more for you. It can be more of a well-rounded hitter, left-handed side, obviously. And I think it's be somebody like that. And I think it will be more like 2021. I just don't know that I don't know that dynamic bat. I know people talk about Randy Rosarena, Kyle Tucker. I don't think those are realistic options for the Braves. So I think it's going to be more like 2021, or maybe you go out and get 2 or 3 guys that aren't that expensive, both monetarily and prospect wise, and just hope that 1 or 2 of them hit. I mean, 2021 was special where everybody that he brought in just went off, but I can't expect that to happen. But maybe bring in 2 or 3 bats, veteran bats that can do some different things for you, and hope that one of them just kind of clicks and you can ride it from there. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Jake, what's your gauge on Alex Anthopoulos' outlook on keeping a majority of this roster intact? I mean, who do you see is absolutely protected? Number 1, through the trade deadline. Number 2, through the end of the season going into 2025.
I mean, I gotta think everybody is on the major league roster. I mean, as far as prospect wise, I think if they can get through this trade deadline and not trade away Hurston Waldrop, AJ Smith-Shawver, Spencer Schwellenbach, because I think those are future pieces of your rotation that you're going to need, then I think it's a successful trade deadline, assuming you get something, of use. So I think those 3 guys would be the prospects that you would like to protect. I think everybody else, could be on the move. Maybe a Nacho Alvarez, who knows, maybe he takes over the shortstop job maybe as soon as this year. I don't know with the way that he's hitting at Gwinnett right now. But I think everybody else prospect-wise could be on the move. I don't really see them trading much from the major league roster. Look, as frustrating as they have been, they have a very firm hold on the top wild card spot. This is, and knock on wood, going to be a postseason team unless things just completely fall apart. And again, knock on wood, I don't know how they could be much worse than they've been over the last 2.5 months. I expect them to be better down the stretch. So they're going to be in it. They're going to be buyers. So I don't really see them trading anybody off the major league roster.
Jake, before we let you go, man, can we end with a little positivity? I mean, a favorable pitching matchup for Atlanta in this 3-game series starting tomorrow against San Francisco. And then Philadelphia, 2 of their best players aren't going to be on the field. So maybe we do get, 4 of 6? Wouldn't that be a huge win?
That would be a huge win, especially if, a couple of those come against the Phillies this weekend. Like you said, you are getting them while they're down a little bit without Kyle Schwarber, without Bryce Harper. I believe you're also going to miss Zach Wheeler in that series as well, as he's right now scheduled to pitch on Wednesday unless they do some shuffling around in their rotation. So that gives you a little bit of hope in that series. But it's hard for me to be too optimistic with this offense at the moment. I have all of the confidence in the world that the pitching staff will keep them in games. But, the Braves have played better at home this year. The offense has been better at home this season. And you talked about the timing of when they're playing the Phillies right now. So certainly could go out there and do that. Could win a couple of series, one against the Giants and the Phillies, and at home, and feel pretty good before you go out on a West Coast trip and then into the All-Star break.
Jake, thanks for your time as always, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me on. You have a great day.
That is Jake Mastriani of Locked On Braves. As Diesel said, you can follow him at Shortstop Ball on X. That's where you can find it. You can find his podcast there as well, Diesel.
Yeah, you can find his podcast. It's called Locked On Braves. Fantastic podcast. He puts it up on YouTube. He puts it up on all your favorite platforms, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts. I mean, it's everywhere. The Locked On Network is absolutely fantastic, man. They really do employ some of the best in this business. And you know what? You know why I like listening to his podcast is he voices his frustration. You can hear it. Like, he's not one of those.
Lets loose a little bit?
Yeah, he lets it loose. He is not one of those guys who holds it close to the vest, and especially as we're this deep into this season, and he said it right there, playing essentially the last 2 months of 500 baseball. When you know the way this roster is built, and you know how good they could be, for them to struggle this deep into the season, it is frustrating. And I always like that kind of like, you remember that Howard Stern's Private Parts sketch where they were trying to say the thing without saying the thing?
Yeah.
Like that, to me, it's like it's always seething right there under the surface. And you think, all right, what's it going to take for Jake Mastriani to explode on this podcast? And I'm just waiting for it. It's going to happen one of these days.
He is soft-spoken.
He's going to drop some bombs, man. I'm telling you.
Just go out full force with the
Yeah.
F-bomb. Listen, to your frustration point, as a Braves fan, I am frustrated. But you know what? When you play this long, it's July 1st today. To me, it's kind of like at this point, you are who you are. So while I'm frustrated, I certainly wish the season could have gone better. But I also, in the same breath, Diesel, I'm kind of like, you know what? We are who we are. I don't think anything drastic is going to happen to change the DNA of this year's team. I'm not completely giving up on them. I'm not selling them. But I'm just saying, hey, let's stay competitive, stay 10, 15 games above 500, see if we can make a run at the end, right?
You brought up my point right there. I mean, we could be frustrated as Braves fans seeing this team at 5 to 10 games under 500, and that would suck. But we're Braves fans who are frustrated with a team that's 10 games over 500.
Well, I mean,
and is within striking distance to make some big moves, especially if they can take a couple from the Phillies. That would be big.
Hey, the Rangers won the freaking World Series last year, and they're below 500 right now. So, I mean, it could be a lot worse. Like, again, our problems that we're discussing are, some teams would love to have these problems. It's just, you want to, like Jake said, the talent's there.
I just wonder the question, and Jake said they're never going to tell us. Major League Baseball is never going to tell us when they make changes to the baseball. I don't know that they've made changes to the ball, but obviously with home runs being down across the league, there's no other explanation other than something has happened to the baseball, whether it's the materials used, whether it's the height of the laces to help out pitching You got to unmute your mic.
Putting a bow on this Monday edition of Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. We appreciate you being a part of the program. Couple of texts during that last interview with Jake Mastriani. Texter from the 593 says this guy isn't making sense. They look better than a 500 team, and they have all season. Yeah, they hit slumps, but they are 10 games ahead of 500. And let me get to the rest of the text. And it's been nearly that all season. Texter from the 344 says, to y'all's and Jake's point, I wonder if the scouting reports on opposing pitchers is what's lacking from last year. 344, I do not, I don't hate that theory. Maybe I don't put enough emphasis on scouting reports for opposing pitchers, Diesel, but I know we talked about that with Jake that you just heard in that interview, but do we really feel like and again, I'm asking because I don't know. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars to be the best hitters on the earth, right? Would a lack of scouting report from last year to this year really make that big of a difference? I mean, what do? You just quit watching scouting? You just quit looking at scouting reports all of a sudden?
Yeah, are we to believe that whoever puts together the scouting reports on these opposing pitchers is either A, not doing their job, went somewhere else? We got somebody who's not as good this year as what they had last year, that the players aren't studying them as much.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like, if there's truth to it, maybe that's an issue. If there's truth to it, that is an issue.
Texter brings up another point here. He says, I just meant the bullpen game. We couldn't hit the guys. I mean, because we didn't know them. They knew our hitters. You bring up an interesting point there, Texter. Is it possible that a lot of these opposing pitchers figured out the Braves hitting lineup and they figured out they're a power hitting team? And if we push them away, if we throw down in the zone, which seems, pretty standard to say, if you want them to hit ground balls, throw it low and away. I mean, it's possible. I don't know.
It's fascinating because we don't really talk about that a lot. We don't put a lot of emphasis on scouting reports in the major leagues. And it'd be a great question to ask, like a former baseball player. And I know we had a former baseball player on when we were over at the BMW charity program, Diesel, but how much actual emphasis is put on scouting reports? Because, Texter, I'm not saying you're wrong. Don't hear me say that. I'm just not sure if or why there would be scouting reporting going on last year, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't happen as much this year. If that's true, it's embarrassing, right? If that's true, something's wrong. That falls on the coaching staff as well. But, I mean, right now, if you look at the batting averages and you say, okay, well, show me some proof in the pudding that the pitchers, maybe to your point, Diesel, have figured the Braves out. Ozuna is the only one on the team right now, as I'm double-checked to make sure I don't lie to you. Ozuna is the only one hitting 300. Everybody else is below 300. OBP, not the best. Ozuna's 383. Everybody else, 300, upper twos. So maybe there's something to it. Maybe it's a combination. Maybe it's a mix, right, of the baseballs. You and I talked about it just a minute ago with if they are tampering or they are changing the baseballs. Maybe the scouting reports aren't as good. Maybe the Braves just aren't playing as well. Maybe it's a combination of all of the above. Regardless, though, Diesel, it is they aren't. It's just so wild. Like, if this team last year would have been bad, nobody would be surprised right now. But they were the best offensive team in baseball last year. They ripped all year long. They hit the cover off the ball. And this year, they're not even hitting 300. I think that's where a lot of people have the surprise and questions of, well, how'd you do it last year, but you can't do it this year?
Yeah, I mean, the Yankees have clearly figured it out, whatever it is. The Phillies have figured it out, whatever it is. I'm looking at the best batting averages in baseball, Cole. Phillies are third at 259.
Yeah, they're
Team average.
they're consistent right now.
Best hitting team in baseball right now, just strictly based on batting average.
Yeah.
Are the Houston Astros. And you said it, the Houston Astros aren't very good this year.
Just barely, I think, 1 or 2 games above 500, won 3-1 today. But other than that, no.
Top 5, Astros, Padres, Phillies, Dodgers, and Brewers. The Yankees, who are tattooing the ball right now, are 8th in the league. Now let's compare that. Who's hitting a lot of home runs? The Orioles, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Mets, and the Astros.
Yeah. Shohei.
Make it make sense. How are the Astros top 5 in home runs, 99 home runs, and they are way behind, 40 home runs behind the Baltimore Orioles? How are they top 5 in batting average, top 5 in home runs, and they're not getting wins? Make it make sense.
It's nuts, man. It really is. But, look, the bottom line is we talked about this earlier. The Braves fans, Diesel, I know everybody wants to win every game, and I get that. You should, right? That's what winners do. They want to win. However, I don't know that, not winning the division is the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying push yourself out of a wild card and not take the rest of the season serious. But if you finish, they're 8 games back right now. If you finish, I don't know, Diesel, on the season 10 games back, you're probably going to get in the National League, but you're going to be a wild card. This Braves team, if nothing changes, this is who you are. Your best case scenario is you get hot at the end of the season and maybe you make a run. It's just one thing that I'll say before we move on from the Braves. One unfair thing that I've done and that I think that people do, Braves fans in particular, Diesel, they say, okay, maybe they can make some moves at the trade deadline before July 31st to make this team better, right? Maybe the Alex Anthopoulos can do what he did in 2021. I think we make a big mistake of using 2021 as an illustration or as an example, because my point is 2021, I'm not saying it was a blip, but very rarely, Diesel, do all of those picks, all of those trades all hit. Every single one of them hit. Every single one of those trades in 2021, they were all integral parts of the Braves winning the World Series. That just doesn't happen, right? And sometimes, even myself, we say, well, maybe AA will make some moves and the front office will make some moves to get these Braves back on track. It's just not always fair to say use 2021 as a comparison.
Yeah, you're never as good as your best. You're never as bad as your worst. That's something our boss tells us all the time when it comes to ratings and metrics and things like that. I mean, you're going to have great years. You're going to have crap years. The truth is somewhere in the middle. Texter says, Braves, somebody's got to have the guts to say bleep it and get those corked and composites out of hiding. Another texter says, Braves are still probably close to top 10 to 15 on offense. Well, I'm glad you asked there, texter. Braves are 17th in total runs. They are, let's see here, 14th in home runs. They are 16th in batting average. So
around 15, right?
Right there in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not far off. I mean, you're talking about the difference in batting average, 243 where the Braves are at 16th to 264 where the Astros are. Again, a team that's struggling, that's not winning a lot right now, has the best batting average in baseball.
It's crazy. It really is. Madcraft on the stream says pitchers could have figured out we were a power lineup last year and didn't. That's a ridiculous excuse. Bats just aren't batting. Bats aren't batting. But Madcraft, one thing that I have learned is there's a reason for everything, right? The bats aren't batting, but why aren't the bats batting? Seriously, I'm not trying to be a douche. Why aren't the bats batting? Why aren't they? There's a reason for every single thing that happens. You can't just say, well, the bats aren't batting. If I have 9 guys in the lineup and every one of them strike out every single at bat, I can't say, oh, we're just missing the ball. Well, there's a reason you're missing the ball. So, I agree with you. The offense isn't clicking, but there's a reason behind it. That's what we're talking about. What's the reason? It could be more than one reason, but there's got to be something somewhere.
Yeah. Baseball is a weird, quirky game. Multiple guys on a roster can get hot at the same time. They can apparently also get cold at the same time. And you said it could very well be a combination of many things. I don't know. There's somebody out there who's like a Sheldon with the Braves coaching staff, and they know
high IQ
who's been the pitching coach and who's been the batting coach and who's doing the scouting reports year over year over year. And you could tell me, oh, they changed the person doing the scouting reports from last year. Okay. Well, I mean, players still have to go out there, and number one, they have to study the scouting reports. Number two, they have to implement those scouting reports. Number three, they have to swing the bats. They have to see the pitch.
Yeah.
And there's just something going. Maybe it's just one of those truly unexplainable things that, it's that certain weird, quirky mix of a lot of things happening at the same time. But as we said at the tail end of that last segment, Cole, it's a good thing to be frustrated in 10 games over 500 than be frustrated in 10 games under 500. You know what that means? You're in the hunt. That's what matters right now. Yeah. You're in the hunt.
My only thing is, the only thing that I would say is a big question mark is the question that I asked Jake in that interview that you heard. When you look at this lineup, the questions that I have are not in the top half. Obviously, Acuna not being in the lineup and Kelenic being one. Kelenic, ever since they moved him to the top of the order, he's been good. He's hitting 278. Albies is hitting 254. Ozuna 300. Olsen, he's been wishy-washy. Thought he was going to come on, 242. Austin Riley's getting better. But here's the problem. After Diesel, you get that fifth guy. You've got Duvall, 169. Sean Murphy, 215. Orlando Arcia, 211. Darno, 233. Oh, and don't forget about Zach Short. He's hitting 136. And I know he's not getting as many at-bats, but the bottom half of this Braves lineup, they're just atrocious right now. I mean, they are not good. And, Michael Harris is, to Jake's point, him not being in the lineup, obviously that hurts. You take Acuna and Michael Harris Jr. out of the lineup, your lineup's going to suffer. But I did like what he said about the pitching not being the problem. He told me, he said, hey, the starting pitching's not the issue. The starting pitching's been fine. And it has. I mean, you talked about it. Reynaldo Lopez has been terrific. He pitches tomorrow. We should see him twice this week. He's been fantastic. Chris Sale's been great. Max Fried's been good. They've got a couple of young guys they still have question marks on. But there's no reason to – I don't think – as a Braves fan, and I know we're getting a ton of texts, I don't think there's a reason to panic.
This is not PlayStation, right? You can't set the mode easier. You can't hit the reset button if you don't like the way the game is going in the middle of the fifth and go back and start the game over. I mean, it's possible there's a nutritionist change. I mean, you got to think these guys are pros. They've been doing this for a long time, but maybe that's all it is. Like get
them some freaking varsity cheeseburgers or something, right?
Yeah, that's going to help. That's going to help.
Texter from the 344 says, we got them right where we want them. Stay in the hunt. I like the mentality.
That's all that matters. Like I said, this team can very well get hot when it really matters and come on strong and win a whole bunch of baseball games and be right there. Maybe they're not going to win the division, but that's okay because we've seen that winning the division ain't all it's cracked up to be.
Well, here's the issue I have. And this comes from the 934. Text says, Braves were 38-41 at the end of June in 2021 and only 15 games above 500 at the end of the regular season, won the World Series. Texter, I know, I'm telling you, I hear you, you're right. My point is, though, how often is the 2021 trade deadlines going to happen that you had happen in 2021? How often is Alex Anthopoulos going to trade for guys like Rosario and Soler who are freaking monsters in the postseason? That doesn't happen. You can't count on that. Like, I'm just telling you, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right statistically, but Rosario ain't walking through that door. Soler ain't walking through that door. He's still crushing bombs, right? There was other guys that were part of that run. The top of the lineup's good, but the bottom's not. It's not. Guys, this is not a playoff team right now in terms of the bottom half of the lineup. It's not. Can they get hot? Can they make a run? Sure. But they are not a playoff team right now. That's just a fact of the matter.
When we come back, Cole, we dive back into the world of golf. What happened this past weekend? How in the hell did the leader choke on the 18th? His worst hole of the weekend. We'll get to that next, right here on the Fan Upstate 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app. Well, it's officially official. Oklahoma and Texas are now in the SEC. Paul Feinbaum's been talking about it all day. He's been broadcasting live from Oklahoma.
Wait, Paul talks about the SEC?
Believe it or not. He talks about somebody other than Alabama. See, a lot of people think falsely that Paul Feinbaum is an Alabama fan. Paul Feinbaum is a fan of talking about the thing that most people want to talk about.
Bingo.
That's where a lot of people get this business wrong. We're not in the business of gassing up one particular school or program. We're in the business of gassing up whichever program happens to be on top in our area right now. You know why? Because that's the thing that most of you want to hear about. Paul Feinbaum's just great at it. He's a Tennessee grad, by the way, if you didn't know that.
Yeah.
Feinbaum is a Tennessee grad. Talked a lot of Saban because he knew Saban was going to make him famous.
It worked.
I got it did.
It worked.
Did. Spent some time yesterday afternoon, Cole, kind of lounging on the couch watching the Rocket Mortgage Classic as I had just played 3/4 of a round of golf yesterday morning. God, it sucked. It was so hot. Played up the rock. I was hoping, going up to the mountains, hoping that it would be a little bit cooler up there.
How'd that work out?
I was wrong. I was wrong. Good God. It sucked. It was so hot. I mean, I remember walking off of a green after probably 3-putting my way to get in the hole. I had to walk like back off the green a little bit to pick up my pitching wedge that was just off the green. And you just feel this wave of heat. Like you think it's already as hot as it's going to get. And then somehow you walk 5 feet and you found a pocket of extra heat. It sucked.
It's hot.
It sucked. But then the rain came and pushed us off the course after 11. I was not playing well. But you know who was playing well all the way up until the very last hole of the tournament?
Akshay.
That would be Akshay Bhatia. Akshay Bhatia was leading a majority of this tournament. And you got to feel for this guy on a day like yesterday when he shot his first, or he 3-putted for the first time in the entire tournament on the final hole.
That's rough.
Bogeyed.
That's rough.
It's not like he drove the green and then 3-putted from there. No, he drove middle of the fairway. Beautiful shot. I mean, beautiful drive on 18 where he had been tied. He'd been tied at like -18 for 6 or 7 holes. I mean, he was just shooting par after par after par after par all day. And that's a good day, right? If you're in the lead, shooting pars is a good day. You'd like to shoot birdies and pull away a little bit, but he was shooting par, hoping that somebody underneath him would make a mistake and he would win this thing. But ultimately, it was him who made the mistake. He, again, drove the ball down the gut on 18, shot into the left bunker just shy of the green on his second shot, pitched out of the bunker, and then 3-putted to bogey and lose the lead.
Rough day.
Just absolutely brutal. But the hard part, Cole, and we're seeing this more and more often. I think it's announcers wanting so badly to be right. The announcers couldn't stop talking about how much Akshay was built for this. He's won before. He's built for this. He knows how to handle the pressure. Obviously, he didn't. Like, there's so much. I can't understand. There's so much of this going around where announcers, like, they feel like they want to anoint someone the winner on like number 10.
What's tough is so many people around the game want him and think that he has the potential to be really good, and he probably does. I mean, he's at his young age, he's already playing better golf than a lot of people. However, like you said, you can't just push him to be there immediately. He's fantastic, and one day he may be there, but everybody you talk to says Akshay's the guy. And nobody wants to give him time, to your point.
Yeah, he's still got a ways to go. He's young, and they were talking about, him just being fearless, right? He's so young that he's fearless, and they were saying, well, is that a problem? Is he so young that he maybe makes stupid mistakes? These are my words, not their words. Especially as he was coming up to putt on the 18th with his third shot, his birdie attempt. They said, well, is he going to do the lag putt? Is he going to do the safe putt? Is he going to get hit it too hard and it's going to go all the way down the green? And it's almost like they psyched him out. Like, I don't believe in jinxing somebody. They can't. The golfers on the course, they can't hear the play-by-play guys. but it is what it is. The problem is like he had played again fairly well for the majority of the round, except for this blows me away. I talk about it all the time. The difference between pro golfers and just regular good golfers is their ability to recover when they make bad shots. And they do make bad shots. He had a 97-yard drive on 13. It's not a par 3.
No,
it's not. It's not a par 3.
Ooh.
But he somehow recovered from an awful drive on 13 and made par. He said, quote, after losing and 3-putting and losing the tournament, it sucks. No other way to put it. I mean, it just sucks.
Good observation there, Captain.
Yep. Going to the John Deere Classic TPC Deer Run in Illinois, $8 million purse. And our boy Lucas Glover from Clemson is competing.
John Daly Classic's what it needs to be. Not the John Deere Classic, but the John Daly Classic. How about that?
Can we just watch John Daly get drunk and chip balls one-handed?
I'd watch.
I would too.
Sign me up. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. This is Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate. Tolo.
Madcraft, he hit the green on his second and then 3-putted for a bogey 5. No, Matt, I thought he